So, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are about to start the second session of this event. I don't know if there is any gladiator music to present to introduce us. Okay, thank you. Well, thank you again for being here and following us. I thank all the people who are connecting on the streaming online. Well, I apologize for the slight issues that we had at the very beginning of the event, but believe me, it was not easy in the short time that we gave ourselves and in the face of several difficulties to organize this event. However, we succeeded, and for it I would like to thank first all the members of my staff and all of the staffs of my colleagues themselves who are here. All of them worked tirelessly to solve all the problems and arrange everything necessary. And I'm really proud to be part of this wonderful team and to be able to host so many members of the global scientific community here in the Parliament at a conference that I don't think it's exaggerated to call unique and historic, both in terms of topics covered and of the volume and quality of its talks. The institutional venue in which this event is being held and the cross-section of political groups that together have worked to host it are further relevant aspects that allow us to call the International COVID Summit 3 an outstanding global event. But as am I a member of the European Parliament, I want to take the opportunity immediately to focus on a political point, which is of interest of the European institutions. The European Court of Auditors, in its audit of the management of joint purchases of the so-called COVID vaccines, expressly recommended that the Commission review the contractual clauses that shield the multinational manufacturers from any liability for damages due to adverse effects to inoculated people, once final marketing approval is released. With the period of conditional approval for emergency use having ended, therefore, any alibi for relieving the pharmaceutical companies from all responsibility has lapsed after they have been profiting hundreds of billions of euros from the sale of these drugs, thanks to millions of euros received in public funding for research and development of them. The European Commission must take action on this point, and it must do it now, with no further delay. And believe me, we will jointly demand for that in our institutional power. Adverse effects to the COVID vaccines have been reported and recorded worldwide, largely than ever expected, despite just a passive surveillance system having been implemented, which suggests that there are in fact many more adverse effects than the official data show, and with rates of serious harms and deaths never previously recorded for any vaccine. People hit by serious damage have been demanding justice for 2 years now. We think that definitely they deserve it, and we are working to ensure that they got it. However, the financial burden of what it will take to at least financially repay their suffering cannot be placed on the states and thus on taxpayers' pockets. We are just as determined to fight for the compensation of the aggrieved vaccinated people as we have been in exposing discrimination against the unvaccinated and in seeking and telling the truth about the mismanagement of the COVID pandemic emergency and about the safety and efficacy of the so-called vaccines. This conference will provide the public with additional very important information on these issues, But it will also allow all the scientists gathered here and the physicians who will speak today to get to know each other better and strengthen the network between them. This network works to give people those solutions and answers that governments have denied them, so that they can recover their health when it has been lost or put at risk due to wrong, harmful therapies. Finally, I hope that this event will help all the lawyers who defend harmed people in collating scientific documentation in order to support their civil or criminal actions against those responsible for these countless acts of harm. I hope that the prosecutors' offices and the courts that are or will be invested with them will know how to do their work at best, with courage and fidelity to values of the Republic that are justice and human dignity. The time of silence, connivance and resignation is over. We have been from day one on the side of truth, democracy and freedom, even in the harshest moments and despite the personal attacks, the accusations and derision by so many self-styled experts and most of the media. We have not stopped, but rather we have united and organized more and more and better. And today, more than ever, we are convinced that truth pays out and honesty is worth. Thank you so much to all those who have fought together with us or with others, publicly or quietly, to defend people's health, freedom and lives. History and God, at least, will give you credit for that. Thank you again.
Dear colleagues, dear guests, I will speak in Croatian language, so please put on earphone. Ja ću vam govoriti o pravnom aspektu pandemije. Pravo određuje svaki djelić našeg života, pa pravo određuje i medicinu i pandemiju. 40 godina u svom životu proučavam zakone, 20 godina sam ih primjenjivao i kao sudac. Javno sam istupao u Republici Hrvatskoj u vezi nekih propisa koji su donošeni tek ili koji su bili tek doneseni. U njima sam uočio ogromne anomalije koje odstupaju od redovnog stanja i prava. Tada sam bio proglašen državnim neprijateljem. Čovjeku koji je protiv svoje države, protiv svoje nacije, jer sam ukazivao da će ti zakoni imati katastrofalne posljedice po društvo. Nakon godinu dana pokazalo se i većina građana je shvatila da sam u pravu. Postao sam jedan od nacionalnih heroja države. Nisam mogao prolaziti ulicom, stalno bi me ljudi čestitali i govorili bravo, bravo, bravo. Takve anomalije koje se događaju i predstavljaju veliko odstupanje od pravnog standarda dogodilo se i u ožujku 2020. godine, kada je odlukom, ja ne znam koga, ali nas zastupnika u parlamentu sigurno nije, potpisao je tu odluku nekadašnji predsjednik Europskog parlamenta, zatvorena vrata Europskog parlamenta. Na posljednjoj sjednici ja sam govorio da je u tijeku neviđena kampanja straha i da društvo kakvo poznajemo više neće postojati. Poslao sam mail 1100 svjetskih mainstream medija na 17 jezika. Nitko nije objavio niti jednu crticu. Tada mi je bilo jasno da se događa nešto unaprijed pripremljeno i strašno. Svaka država Europe i svijeta ima 4 temeljne odredbe u svojim zakonima. To je da se svaka smrt u slučaju smrti od zarazne bolesti mora provesti obdukcija. Zašto je to tako? Da bi se spriječile lažne pandemije i da bi se omogućio Znači, način liječenja, da bi se vidjelo koji to organi, što je to zahvaćeno zaraznom bolesti. Sve države svijeta nisu provodile obdukcije. Sve države svijeta u svojim zakonima o zaštiti zdravlja, možda ima neka iznimka pa nema, ali većina ih ima, imaju odredbu da bolest utvrđuje liječnik temeljem medicinske slike. Što se ovdje dogodilo? Mi odjedanput više liječnici ne utvrđuju bolest, nego imamo PCR testove. Temeljem prisustva dijelića genoma virusa mi proglašavamo osobe koje su se podvrgle testiranju bolesnima. Države ponovno ne rade ništa, prihvaćaju to. Treći korak, znači što je Svjetska zdravstvena organizacija učinila svima nama, a u suradnju naših vlada. Kao smrt od COVID-19 je svaka bolest u roku 28 dana od pozitivnog testa bez obzira na uzrok. Ogromna većina građana ni dan danas ne zna da su na taj način utvrđivani brojevi smrti i tako smo došli do par milijuna ljudi koji je umrlo navodno od covida i došli smo do bizarnih situacija u kojima ljudi, dakle, koji su se testirali, nakon toga poginuli u prometnim nezgodama ili na bilo koji drugi način, u statistikama su uredno vođeni kao preminuli od covida. Sve države imaju, to ima i temeljna, znači, Konvencija o ljudskim pravima, zabranu cenzure. U Hrvatskoj je minimalno godinu dana zatvora za cenzuru. Sve države svijeta imaju, znači, kao teško kazneno djelo opisano širenje panike i straha. Imali smo nezamislivu cenzuru u svim medijima, znači, tko je od vas mogao prići bilo kojem mediju? Znači, ako ste i bili jednom, više niste, pretpostavljam, jer se to i meni događalo. Znači, najedanput cenzura, brišu se naši govori, naša objašnjenja, čak i prikazivanje činjenica koje objavljuju same države, primjerice Ujedinjeno kraljevstvo, američki CDC, sve se proglašava laži. Znači, imamo cenzuru koja je najedanput postaje tolerantna, a koju ne provodi država, nego država bi trebala kazniti onu koju je provode. Znači, YouTube, Facebook i tako dalje, znamo šta je to bilo. Što se mora učiniti? Znači, države neće mijenjati ove propise koje imaju. Znači, to su sigurno se neće nijedna država donijeti, sad ćemo bolest utvrđivati temeljem PCR testa, nego će i dalje ostati odredba da bolest utvrđuje liječnik. Mi moramo zahtijevati samo striktno provođenje zakona. Pandemija, znači definicija pandemije ima vrlo malo država ili gotovo nitko. Mi pandemiju, znači definiciju, možemo naći na Wikipediji, a nju je napisala Svjetska zdravstvena organizacija. I što je Svjetska zdravstvena organizacija u pripremi svega ovog napravila? Izmijenila je definiciju na način da je izbacila zaraznu bolest koja ima veliku smrtnost. I sada je pandemija svaka bolest koja je raširena. To je smiješno. To nije pravo. To je odudaranje od prava na najvećoj mogućoj razini. Mi se moramo vratiti pravnim standardima i u tim pravnim standardima je sve već zapisano. Samo ih moramo zahtijevati. Liječnici moraju zahtijevati da oni proglašavaju bolest. I da oni proglašavaju uzrok smrti, a ne da je to PCR test koji imamo brojne studije, smo vidjeli da je nakon 35% ciklusa ponavljanja 97% laži. Na kraju bih vam htio svima zahvaliti, jer vjerujem da mnogi od vas su prošli ovaj moj put od državnog neprijatelja do heroja i čestitati vam što također niste odustali i što smo ovdje i što sad prvi puta nakon 2 godine imamo priliku kao stručnjaci iznijeti ono što vjerujemo i govoriti o činjenicama. Hvala vam svima još jednom.
Thank you. Thank you for all of you being here, coming here, you traveled all around the world just to be here. And that is so very important. Because one thing they were trying to do in the beginning is to actually isolate all of us. That's what they were trying to do. And my favorite unscrupulous WEF puppet is probably Justin Trudeau, and he coined it. They're just a small fringe minority having unacceptable views at that. It's a no-go. Well, I will have you know, I'm a proud member of that small fringe minority. But what were they actually doing? Well, they were instilling a sense of disenfranchisement, isolating people. And I'm particularly grateful that Mr. Christoph pointed that out in his presentation, because that was part of the game. They wanted to isolate us, because isolated people, it's called gaslighting, triangulation, which is actually psychological abuse. They subjected us to a state of psychological warfare. That's what we had to deal with. But you know what? Looking at all of you, they did not succeed. Because globally, the networking began. And I'm so grateful and I feel so blessed to see so many people that I have had the pleasure to meet personally in these past 2 years. Thanks again for coming, because we actually are a big family now, and they have no idea how many of us there actually are. It's billions. But we are really up against a lot. You might have followed the work we have done with my colleagues and Ivan Sinčić, Christian Terhash in the COVID committee. And despite everything we shed light on, despite all the lies, despite all the false narratives, despite all the misinformation, we uncovered and actually forced them to having to admit to, despite all of that, they are still determined to pull through with their plan. We just reviewed the draft report of the COVID committee, and in this report, I can tell you, every single lie is being repeated. They do not stop. One example, the report is 56 pages long, contains 4,480 words. How many times do you think the word adverse side effect is mentioned? How many times? One single time. But not in the way you think it is. Make no mistake. I will tell you what it says. The committee requires the member states, the EU Commission, and the manufacturers of these mRNA injections, well, it doesn't say that there, but requires them to more clearly communicate adverse side effects in an orchestrated, concerted kind of way in order to, and that's the point they're trying to make, in order to prevent the spread of disinformation and fake news. That is what they're after. It's not about the adverse side effects. That is just one example in this report. Like I said, every single lie is being repeated. And as I have been saying, and unfortunately it turned out to be true, this whole COVID madness, this so-called pandemic, it was just a test balloon, a gigantic test balloon. Well, for what, you ask? Well, to see how far they could go, to see what exactly they would have to do to get free individuals in a free and democratic society to consent to being forced into compliance. That's what they were trying to establish. That's what they were trying to figure out. And they have figured it out. Trust me, they are much smarter now. The goal ultimately is to transform our free and democratic societies, into totalitarian societies. Their goal is to strip each and every one of us of our fundamental rights of freedom, democracy, the rule of law. They want to get rid of all of this. And they're robbing us of our identity. Whether it be our national identity, our cultural identity, they won't even stop to rob us of our sexual identity. The very core of who we are, they don't even stop there. This whole COVID thing had never anything to do with public health. It never had anything to do with breaking waves. It always had to do with breaking people in order to make us a part of a mindless, malleable mass, which they can totally control, and we will be completely dependent upon this globalitarian elite. That's what they have in store for us. You're sitting in the EU Parliament, but you can take any kind of international governing body or organization. It is no longer by the people, for the people. From now on, it will be by the globalitarian elites, for the globalitarian elites, and nothing else. So I'm really imploring the people and all the peoples around the world, for God's sake, stop giving your democratically elected governments the benefit of the doubt. They are not deserving of that. They are not. Stop rationalizing whatever your government is doing. Stop rationalizing and come up with some good intentions. They have no good intentions. Never. As I said before, in the entire history of mankind, there has never been a political elite concerned about the well-being of regular people. And it isn't any different now. Why should it? Stop giving them the benefit of the doubt. Because I can tell you, you cannot comply your way out of a tyranny. It is impossible. Trying to do so, you will only feed a gigantic alligator in the hopes of being eaten last. But guess what? Your turn will come, and then you will be the one swallowed up. I also have to ask the people, end your silence. Speak up. For God's sake, stop complying. Start rebelling. They're out to get you if you do not resist. I would also urge you to stop voting for those who inflict this psychological abuse on you, who mock you for their own good. And here and then, I think of a quote by Lenin, actually, no less. He once said, "It is true, freedom is so precious that it has to be carefully rationed." Lenin. And that's what they're doing in this place, believe it or not, exactly that. And that's what's happening all over the world right now, especially in the Western democracies. Freedom are being carefully rationed. Well, I will not go by that. That is not my motto. I prefer Albert Camus, because I have decided, in order to deal with this unfree world, to defy this unfree world, I have decided to become so absolutely free that my very existence is an act of rebellion. And that's what we all need to do. So I will continue to fight, and I'm sure my colleagues will continue to fight the globalitarian elite. I am determined to do whatever it takes to bring them down. They have us to reckon with now, and that's why they hate us so much. Because we bother them, we are a nuisance, we're annoying them, and we are exposing whatever they're planning for us. Sometimes it's not that much fun to constantly being accused of, just about everything and anything, but we can at least say, however this pans out in the end, at least we will not stand accused by our grandchildren to having stood by in silence. We will not have to justify to our grandchildren why we were followers. It's not us. We're not followers. We're critical thinkers, and we will expose all of that. So we will not have to answer to our grandchildren why this happened. Again, I might add, again. They haven't learned anything. But, and I'm convinced of that small, fringe minority, it is so huge. Like I said, it's billions and billions of people around the globe. So the gaslighting, the psychological abuse, none of this will actually happen. And if I've come to realize one thing in these past 3 years, it is this. I'm an elected representative of the people, by the people, for the people. I represent your best interests. But I've come to realize my most important job actually is to break the psychological abuse, because this psychological abuse only works if there is no contradicting voices. So I have come to realize my most important job to serve in the best interest of the people is to actually use my voice to break the psychological abuse, expose their lies, and give the people validation. That's what they needed, and that's what they needed to actually stand up, take to the streets, and fight this. So this is my promise to you, I will always be that voice that will break their despicable psychological abuse pattern. They're criminals and they belong behind bars. That's where they need to go.
amazing. So this works. You can click right when you want to change slide.
Right, okay,
Okay, thank you.
fine.
I can start it because, you know, there is a short time always. The title is intriguing because we are speaking about male infertility and the effect on COVID-19 and this type of new drugs or product that are not vaccine. We use the terminology that is more correct, is mRNA transfecting agent, who hijack the human cells to produce some proteins who are not natural, alien, or synthetic proteins. So, we enter in the area of synthetic biology, and when we are interface on the human reproduction on that, we have a big trouble. I starting from the conclusion of my presentation, please, the next slide. The 15. Okay. We give the recommendation of our organization, that is World Academy of Biomedical Science and Technology, founded, an NGO founded under the aegis of UNESCO in 1997. We are the only NGO on the United Nations who is in charge of biomedical technology for application for knowledge transfer. Okay. What we have learned from the COVID-19 and the vaccination campaign? First, that the human testes are completely impaired after the use of these transfecting agents. It are all the studies that are done in the world confirm that the testes are, human testes, are impaired for different reasons. A normal reason, there is a guideline in which all the male hormone testosterone is progressively reduced, not only in SARS-CoV-2, but also during the period of vaccine. Second, it was an impairment of the spermatogenetic process, that is the process to produce spermatozoa into the testes. And third, there is a damage on the microvascular level of the testes. This creates a disruptive mechanism on the thermoregulation of the human testes. You must learn that to have a good regulation of the mechanism of the spermatogenetic process, you must have a low level of temperature. When people said, but this type of virus works very well when there is a low temperature. No, it's not true. This is a false idea, because Raoul Barich created the thermoresistance SARS-CoV-2 in his laboratory in 2002. So we have strands of this type of virus who are thermoresistant. And they increase during the second part of the pathology in SARS-2, in COVID, and also after the vaccine, when you have the fever reaction on that and increase of the temperature, so you can activate the virus or the spike protein that is into the testes. So this leads to acquired infertility with severe oligoasthenospermia just to the azoospermia. People become azoospermic in their ejaculate. This creates a problem in terms of assisted reproductive technology, in terms of the need to do a biopsy of the testes before to put these people into this type of protocol. That's right. When you look at on the alteration of the sperm parameter, we can be a little bit confident because this alteration of the sperm parameter are not permanent, seem not permanent. They can be regularized in a period of 2 cycles, because the spermatogenetic process is a 74-day. So in 2 cycles, we have a normalization of the sperm on this type of patient. This is a good thing. But the inflammosome of the testis, so that the pattern of the inflammation of the testis remain. So this type of patient present recurrency during the time. If you follow 1 year, 2 years after, they have a recurrency of the inflammatory process of the testis. That put a question. There is a virus into, there is the spike protein into, how we can manage that. So we have the need to study the sperm, into ejaculate, but also to do biopsy on the testis to analyze the impact. Okay. There is another aspect that no people don't consider. The study from the Chinese people from the beginning of the epidemics show that the SARS-CoV-2 touched the germ stem cells of the testis, so that the cell who produce on the line the spermatozoa at the end. So you incorporate in germ stem cells the virus, but you can incorporate also the message of the vaccine, the nucleotide message that can arrive into the germ stem cells. And this creates a retrotransposomic process that can have an effect also on the offspring. Because we have a study on the animals, on mice, in which we show that this transmission of the vaccine can enter into the first generation and second generation. This is a very huge problem in terms of how we can take in charge the problem of impairment of infertility into the couple, because this is a generic mechanism on germ stem cells and the transmission, the epigenetic transmission on the offspring. Is another aspect that when the testis has this inflammasome process, change the regulation of the genes into the testis. Human testis, there are genes so regulated, the pattern of reproduction whatsoever, from the sexual and gender side, but there are genes who are linked to the immunological process because the testis is a very secured environment, is a protected environment from the immunological process. So you have a gene ontology on single-cell transcriptome analysis that is upregulated versus downregulated differentially expressed genes. This means that if you do a biopsy on a patient who is infertile, who was sick for COVID, and after he has a vaccine effect on reduction of the sperm, you have the need to measure what is the impact on gene regulation specific for the testis, and more generally on the immunological privilege of the human testis barrier. Very complex problem. And if I tell you that today we don't have any way to study that in a correct way, because it's complicated. Okay, go. Go. Oh, sorry. Okay. Naturally, the social, ethical, and legal implication of the assisted reproductive technology to assure safety protocol on the gametes and the embryo must be reevaluated now with this approach with the synthetic biology and transfecting genomic by processing in human. And this can be regulated under one thing that is fundamental, the Human Rights Charter on the protection of the integrity of the human genome. We cannot escape from that. Because when we enter in human reproduction, we have the need to discuss how we can impact on the human genome with this transfecting agent with the genomic activity. So our proposal, and we finish with that for the conclusion, is we have the need to create an international consensus conference on human fertility and reproduction after this long campaign from COVID, this campaign after vaccine, and eventually can be promoted by the European Parliament, because this is a very important issue on the fertility of the population for the future. We can share that. We have launched in September 27-28 the World Humanity and Health Forum. And we put humanity because our goal as a medical doctor is protect the humanity of people, the life of people. This is the great message. Okay. we go on the first slide, please. I go very fast on that only to show some element. Go. First. Okay, no. First. No, the first slide, please.
Very first of all.
Oh, the beginning. Okay. No. Okay? No. Come on. No, the first of the line of the slides. Okay? You go on the second. I do. No, the first slide, please.
Para atrás. The first?
Yes. Okay. No. Okay. This only to give a good message. Chronic viral infections are very common. We have more than 27 viruses who enter on the human testis, on the human sperm. So we have a knowledge to manage this type of chronic infection, as HIV in the past, etc. So this is not a problem for us to manage the protocol. No.
¿Cuál?
No, it's not that. Okay. Testes, for definition, are viral reservoir for the human being. So testes are very central for male fertility power. You must understand that, because this is a concept that is always under, they give all the fault. Okay. I go on one thing. Okay, only that. This is the pattern that the Chinese have done in January of 2020 when they studied the receptor expression AC2, TMPRSS2, that is the androgen receptor, and the furin receptor of the furin cleavage site in male and female. So Chinese knows from the beginning the impact of the androgenic factor on the virus and why the insert of furin was very important for the virulence of the virus on male and female reproduction factor. Why they do that? Because they considered that this virus was a bioweapon with some ethnic effect and fertility effect too. I stopped it on that, on this message if you wanted, but we have all the information from the beginning from the Chinese people on the pattern of the expression of the virus on the fertility problem of men and female. So if you have seen the first period when it was SARS-CoV-2, it was a high incidence on male people for the androgenic and virulent effect. And after with the vaccine, we have a prevalence on female for many metrorrhagic, other type of things. So the two things have a big impact on human reproduction and also on sex gender specificity. This is the message that I want to tell you today. Thank you to you for the assistance.
Hello. I'm going to speak Spanish, the official language here. Thank you. Gracias a los eurodiputados que han podido y han hecho realidad este acto de defensa de la libertad y de los derechos humanos. Gracias. No es igual que en mi ciudad, que me prohibieron hacer el 21 de abril del 2023 una conferencia sobre la OMS y 24 horas antes el alcalde canceló el acto. Por tanto, gracias. No utilizaré mis conocimientos médicos ni mi condición de médico para ir en contra de los derechos humanos, los derechos fundamentales, las libertades públicas y los derechos civiles. Ustedes son políticos, deben de garantizar la protección de estas leyes. Nosotros somos médicos, debemos de garantizar la protección de la salud y de la vida de las personas. Dicho esto, voy a hablar de los efectos de la vacuna COVID-19 en la fertilidad femenina. Y nos preguntamos, ¿realmente las vacunas COVID-19 pueden provocar infertilidad femenina? La respuesta es sí, y lo vamos a explicar ahora. Pfizer admitió que en las primeras 48 horas de administración de la vacuna COVID-19, su ARN mensajero vacunal ya estaba en estos órganos. En las primeras 4 a 8 horas ya en hígado y bazo y en las 48 horas en ovario y testículos. ¿Qué quiere decir esto realmente? Quiere decir que la acción de las vacunas COVID-19 se produce en estos órganos. No quedan, como se decía, en el lugar y en el músculo deltoides donde se había aplicado la vacuna. La distribución en todos estos órganos y tejidos tienen consecuencias. ¿Por qué? Porque en este caso, en el ovario se deposita el ARN mensajero vacunal que tiene como objetivo dar una orden genética. Da una orden genética a las células para producir proteína spike. ¿En dónde? En los ribosomas, la fábrica de proteínas de las células. ¿Y qué ocurre cuando hay la proteína spike? Pues que se une, porque tiene afinidad, con el receptor AC2. ¿Y qué quiere realmente decir esto? ¿Qué es el receptor AC2? El receptor AC2 es el lugar de la enzima E convertidora C de angiotensina A2. ¿Y qué significa esto? Significa que el AC2 tiene como trabajo transformar, hidrolizar la angiotensina 2 en angiotensina 1 y 7. Si la proteína spike se une a este receptor AC2, provoca disfunción del receptor AC2, o sea, alteración de su función. ¿Y qué ocurre? Que no transforma la angiotensina 2 en angiotensina 1,7. Queda presente mayor concentración de angiotensina 2 y menor de angiotensina 1,7. Esto va a tener implicaciones que veremos en pocos minutos. Pero antes voy a explicar en qué consiste el sistema reproductivo femenino, que tiene mucho que ver con el cerebro. Está directamente relacionado con el cerebro, con el hipotálamo, que es esa estructura del cerebro, y con la hipófisis, esta glándula tan pequeñita que también se llama glándula pituitaria. ¿Y cómo tiene relación? Pues a través del sistema y del eje hipotálamo-hipófisis-ovario. En el ovario, que está aquí, se producen las hormonas femeninas llamadas estrógeno y progesterona. Estas hormonas femeninas dependen para su producción de la liberación en la hipófisis, o sea, en la glándula pituitaria, de hormonas como la LH y FSH. Pero, a su vez, estas hormonas dependen del hipotálamo, que libere la hormona liberadora, reguladora de la gonadotrofina. Por tanto, todas estas fases están interrelacionadas y tienen que funcionar correctamente. ¿Qué ocurre qué ocurre cuando realmente la vacuna COVID-19 se produce, se deposita aquí en el ovario y, por tanto, da una orden genética de producción en sus células, en las células del ovario, de producir proteína spike. Pues que esta proteína spike aquí se va a unir al receptor AC2. ¿Porque existen realmente receptor AC2 en esta zona? Sí, existe. Existe en el ovario, existe en la vagina, incluso existe en la placenta y en el útero. Pero también existe en la glándula pituitaria. También se ha comprobado que la vacuna y la proteína spike se produce y puede llegar hasta el cerebro, por tanto, también aquí. Por tanto, cuando se une la proteína spike al receptor AC2, habíamos dicho que disminuye la angiotensina 1,7. Esta hormona es fundamental para la síntesis de las hormonas femeninas, estrógeno y progesterona. ¿Y qué significa esto? Significa que hay alteración en la menstruación a través de la alteración del estrógeno y hay alteración en la concepción y en la posibilidad de implantación del óvulo, ya que la progesterona provoca cambios en el endometrio, que es la capa íntima del útero, para poder hacer un desarrollo de un embarazo. Por tanto, hay disminución de estas hormonas sexuales femeninas que van a impedir realmente esta fertilidad, esta concepción. Esto ya se ha comprobado y ya se ha visto. Pero no solo esto. Existe un estudio in vitro que ha verificado que la proteína spike disminuye tanto la LH como la FSH, las dos secretadas por la hormona reguladora de gonadotrofina. Por tanto, tanto en un aspecto como en el otro, comprobamos que produce cambios en la menstruación y cambios en la fertilidad, por no hablar, como hablará mi compañero después, de desarrollo alterado intrauterino, ya que la angiotensina 1,7 es importante para el desarrollo del feto. Y realmente entonces han disminuido las tasas de natalidad en Europa. Por supuesto, han disminuido. Aquí vemos, solo como ejemplo, en mi país, España, un 7,5%, 8%, perdón. En este cuadro vemos aquí la población de 18 a 49 años general y la población vacunada entre los 18 y los 49 años. A más población vacunada, más infertilidad, más descenso de las tasas de natalidad, o sea, menor número de nacimientos que se ve aquí en esta columna. Esto antes del 2022, esto después del 2022. Así ocurre en todos los países, sin excepción de Europa. Ha disminuido la tasa de natalidad en el año 2022 en un promedio de un 8, 7 a un 10%. Solo este primer año, después del primer año de las campañas de vacunación COVID-19. Ha existido un estudio muy importante publicado en septiembre del 2022, realizado por la Universidad de Estocolmo y realizado también por el Instituto Alemán de Investigación de la Población, en donde se ve claramente que este estudio de Alemania y de Suecia provoca realmente las conclusiones de que ha disminuido la fertilidad. Aquí vemos perfectamente 9 meses después de la campaña de vacunación de jóvenes entre 18 a 49 años, que empezó en abril del 2021, empezamos las campañas de vacunación aquí aquí la natalidad, 9 meses después se ve una caída en picado de la natalidad. Aquí en Alemania, pero sucede igual en Suecia. Abril del 2021, 9 meses después, enero del 2022, caída en picado. Sucede exactamente igual en todos los países de Europa. Por tanto, ¿qué debemos de hacer ante esta situación? Por supuesto, aumentar la seguridad, mayor investigación, mayor autopsias, más número de autopsias, más screening poblacional, análisis de dímeros D, D-diamonds, realmente una investigación rigurosa y profunda y principalmente reducir el riesgo. No más muertes, no más abortos, no más problemas ni trombos y efectos secundarios de vacuna COVID-19. Debemos de paralizar estas campañas de vacunación para proteger la vida y la salud de las personas. Les invito a todos a que el 13 de mayo del 2023, Día Mundial de los Afectados por las Vacunas COVID-19, vayan a las plazas de sus pueblos a apoyar a los afectados por vacunas 19 que han sido engañados, coaccionados, manipulados y dañados. Estaremos con vosotros, víctimas y enfermos. No estáis solos. Estamos al lado de los que sufren y han sido engañados. Gracias.
Hello and good afternoon to everyone. It's a real honor for me to be here today. Let me thank Honorable Donato for inviting me here, and I'm going to make basically a summary of what my two colleagues have said so far. So focusing on reproduction and these mRNA vaccines. Now, the title is actually Missing Studies. I've done this together with Professor Marco Cosentino, who's a pharmacologist, and is actually the author of a few of the publications that you'll see today. So let me be very clear. You've heard many things today. I'm going to repeat some of them. This doesn't seem to work. If I can have the next slide, please. I'll try this. Yep, okay. So you see, what actually is a vaccine? When we think about vaccine, we already heard someone else today talk about this. Something comes in mind that is actually going to prevent the spreading of a disease, for example. But it's not just that. It's actually more complex than this. Einstein said it exists confusion between a description and what is described. It is clear that being a description of the taste of the soup is not the same as being the taste of the soup. What this means is that the less rigorous a description is, the more we move away from the truth. So, okay. So changing words in a definition has created actually a global short circuit, because people haven't realized that what we are talking about, it's actually not vaccines at all. So what happened? You can see some other colleagues showed this earlier on. You can see the earlier definition of vaccines according to the CDC and the later one, a few days after. And a couple of words actually have been changed here. One is immunization, that became protection, and immunity was changed with protection, and a vaccine is a product that stimulates a person's immune system, became a preparation that it used to. Now, these two very small changes, it may seem that they actually don't make a huge difference, but they actually do, because they completely change the significance of the word. So if I actually change the meaning of a word without telling to the people that I'm changing that meaning, it means that they will be fooled into thinking that what they're taking is actually a vaccine. Well, is actually something entirely different. And what is really scary, it's maybe, okay, is what you can see here. It's an exchange between two bureaucrats at the CDC. So what happens is one of them says, you know, the definition of vaccine we have posted is problematic and people are using it to claim that COVID-19 vaccine is not a vaccine based on our own definition. So she asks to the colleague, do we need to actually do something about it? And what happens is that because of this question, it gets changed to what you've seen before. So they actually realized that what they were saying, it's a vaccine, is not a vaccine. And when confronted, you know, with some people, actually they said in another email, it's far-right Novax extremists that actually are calling this, that are not vaccines. So what they had this exchange of emails between them, and this is the science behind the changing of the word. So you need to realize, you know, there is no science at all here. It's all bureaucracy and politics that has hijacked science altogether, and for a reason to me unknown, most of our colleagues, you know, have just gone with the flow without having any sort of courage at all to say what was going on. Sorry if I get upset when I'm talking about this, but I'm still am. So what happens over here, EMA? EMA, you know, they're even smarter, because, you know, we're talking about DNA or RNA within a nanolipid. This is the classical definition of a gene therapy. But if you go to the EMA flowchart to understand if something is a gene therapy, the first step is this RNA or DNA? Yes. Okay, go on. Is this a vaccine? If the answer is yes, then it's not. So DNA and RNA, by definition, are not vaccines because EMA has stated so. There is no scientific reason whatsoever for this. So there are European parliamentaries here. Maybe you should go and ask them again, what is the purpose of this? Why did you put something that if I say it's a vaccine, then it's not a gene therapy product? Because it is a genetic therapy product, because it's mRNA into a nanolipid. And to actually understand even better, it's this one. Okay, this has been done by my colleague Marco Cosentino, and it says understanding the pharmacology of COVID-19 vaccines, playing dice with spike. Why? Because you see, normally a vaccine is something that hasn't got any pharmacological effect. It's inert. It doesn't do anything. It stays in the arm, and as they said, this other one would. It doesn't go anywhere. The only thing that it actually enhances is the immune response to an antigen. That's all of it. These products actually, they do something. It's been said over and over again. They actually produce the spike protein. That's a pharmacological effect. They need to be translated, so they're actually pro-drugs instead of drugs, because they need a sort of transformation to become active, but they do have a pharmacological action because they produce spike protein. So, you know, thinking they actually don't do anything at all, in that sense, it's actually a big lie. So as you can see, the definition of antigen is any substance that can cause your immune system to create antibodies, but that's basically about it. In this other slide, you can actually see the complex mechanism of what actually happens. So that once the lipid gets into the cell, it gets to the ribosome and it produces, translating the mRNA, the protein. And that's the pharmacological action we're talking about. Here you can see it explained graphically in a more interesting way. I'm not going to get into the different pathways because there is simply no time for it. So, okay, that's the spike protein. So the mRNA is basically, it's a prodrug. It fully satisfies the definition of a prodrug. It's a pharmacologically inactive substance that converts in the body, as for example with an enzymatic action, into a pharmacologically active substance, which means a drug. So it's not an inert vaccine, it's a drug. But this has caused just the misdefinition of this product. It's where the whole problem has begun. Because the two pathways for EMA to actually, you know, what do we do with vaccines and what do we do with pharmaceutical products are entirely different. and for a reason that I told you, the first one is inactive. So as you can see, before regulation, you don't need to do, detailed pharmacodynamic and pharmacokinetic studies. You don't need to do genotoxic studies. You don't need to do any carcinogenic studies. You don't need to do any of that. While actually, with regards to any drugs, you have to do everything. So you need to check before if there's going to be interaction with the heart, with the central nervous system and the respiratory system. You need to study the absorption, distribution, metabolism, excretion, repeated dose, toxicity, and a lot of other stuff. Now, I want you to realize that all of this has never been done. So when someone says this is the most experimented drug in the world, they are completely lying, because we don't know. We yet don't know. So 2 years have passed, and all of this, we have no clue at all. So I'm sorry, this is still a very experimental treatment, because we don't know the way it works, we don't know where it goes, for how long it lasts, and a lot of other things that actually we do need to know. Because, we're talking about our health, and especially the health of the young children that were thrown into this madness by a world that completely lost the common sense. Same thing. If you're talking about, giving the drugs now, then, you need to do studies on the population, because new drugs can have new problems, and you usually, start to discover them as they come by. While on the other side, because it's an inactive substance, you don't need to do anything. And that's what they're doing. They're basically not doing anything. What happened? Yeah. Yeah. Can please someone help? No? Okay, I'll go on without. So human reproductive safety, it's not available for the mRNA vaccines, and this is a disgrace, actually. If you go to the EMA website, it's too bad I can show you, actually, and you can go and see, they say, okay, thank you. Okay. Yeah. Sorry for the delay. All right. So if you go there and ask, can pregnant or breastfeeding women be vaccinated with Comirnaty? They're going to say, yes, you can. They said that from the beginning. Now, there are people of the European Parliament over here. Please ask them on the basis of what scientific research they actually said to give these products to women that are actually expecting a baby. Because I can tell you right now, this has been done with zero proof. Zero. Now, if anyone wants to tell me that transforming pregnant women into guinea pigs with zero data on this, and this is incomplete, it's against the 18th point of the Helsinki Declaration. What we have already done here in Europe, it's illegal. It's completely wrong, and it needs to be rectified as soon as possible. So please ask them on which studies they actually said it's okay to give it to pregnant people. You'll be surprised by their answer. This was mentioned already, so I'll just skip it, but you can see that it goes in the ovaries. Now, what happens, it goes in the ovaries, that's not the whole of the story. You can see it goes from 0 to 48 hours, and the number is increasing, which means that as time passes by, the product is moving from the shoulder, for example, to the ovaries. So we actually don't know, within, I don't know, let's say 2 weeks, how much of it's moved from the muscle where it was supposed to say to the ovaries. Because this is fundamental. We are talking about the ovaries, and once again, you've decided to give these products to the children, knowing this from the beginning, because this study was done in the mice. So they actually knew it. I said this 2 years ago in the Italian Senate, and nothing has been done, because I was a strange conspiracy theorist or whatever it was. Now you can see over here, There are publications indicating the damage both in males and females. The Mecovac study has shown that around 50 to 60% of the women after the second dose of vaccination, they have menstrual problems. 50% of them recover normal function, 50% do not. For what regards the males, you can see a fall in the sperm concentration. It's around minus 15%. If you read the paper, it actually says everything goes back to normal. No, it doesn't get back to normal. I don't know why they write this, but I actually do know why they write it, because otherwise they wouldn't let them publish it. So you need to actually be very careful. When you're reading a paper, you need to go and read the whole paper and read the single figures and read what is written on the appendix, because that's where actually you find most of the information. As you can see, the total motile count goes down to 22%, time 3, which is 150 days, minus 20%. So I'm sorry, there is a big issue here. Both male and female are, touched by this product. It wasn't supposed to happen, but it does. It's time we actually realize what we are talking about, because, it's a huge problem. So, what we have heard for the last couple of years is that the vaccine is safe and effective, and there are no troubles. That's all we've heard. Well, it's so effective that actually what you see in the first graph is the English dead people for COVID-19 in 2022. And it's 93% people that got vaccinated at least once, and it's 7% or less that people who hadn't any vaccination. And this is what you call effective, because, in the end, they actually said that the effect was at least to save your life. Now, how can they still say something like this? Is actually outside of my range of understanding. And what you see in the other one is what the colleague has just shown in a different way. So it's the data from Sweden showing that exactly 9 months after the beginning of the vaccination, you have this fall of birds that is actually not stopping there, and we have no idea where it's going to go. So at the moment, for people that say this is not an experimental injection, at the moment we still don't know. The first symbol is the symbol for cancerogenicity, which means that dangerous substances that can actually create, cause, or have an impact on cancer have that label. We don't know, because it hasn't been done. And at the same time, we don't know the genotoxic effect, if there is any interaction with the genes. That means sterility, cancer, aging, cardiovascular disease, diabetes, psychosis, and whatever. Plus, if we change our genes, we're talking about changing human DNA with whatever that happens. It was supposed to be impossible, but I'm pretty sure that most people here know that there's been a study done at the University in Lund in Sweden showing that there is the retrotranscription of this RNA into the cells of the liver. Now, it's not a definitive answer, it's just a cell line, so we are not sure, but what was supposed to be impossible, it's actually plausible today. And I don't know, since the beginning, since this has been published, nothing else has been done. I really urge all the colleagues, we're talking about a lifetime event for human history. If we are changing human DNA in a way or another, we really need to know. And it's about time that someone takes care of this, because we don't know the answer and it's not looking good. See, we went on for a long time trying to understand what are we, where are we going, and we always looked for something that was beyond us, to guide us or to somehow take the better side of us. We have shifted in the last few years, from searching the meaning and the sense of our life or how to actually interact with each other, with this digitalization of the data that you keep hearing from everywhere, which in fact has transformed us in something like a machine, and that's what they want us to be. Machines, it means that we have lost humanity. The biggest, thing we have lost in this whole process is humanity. Humanity in the way we look at the others, we talk at the others, and we take care of the others, because we've transformed the entire population. And again, pregnant women in total guinea pigs without telling them. That means that whoever has done this, he really or they really don't care at all about you. But it's time we open our eyes and understand it, because this is the humanity we deserve. It's a humanity that takes care of the children instead of transforming into guinea pigs. And luckily for many of us, there is a huge number of people that are ready to put their lives on the line to defend the children. And please, join us into this battle, because we are fighting not for ourselves, but for their future. Thank you.
I'd like to thank the organizers and the members of the European Union Parliament for giving me an opportunity to share my thoughts as a physician, both a pediatrician and a pediatric cardiologist, and also as a scientist. In order to understand, and for what all of us was a new infectious agent, we really need something to compare it to. Since SARS-CoV-2 is a respiratory virus, it's good to compare the infection of SARS-CoV-2 infection in children with another respiratory virus that everyone has experience with, influenza. But before we look at the comparison, let's look at the risk of SARS-CoV-2 infection that it poses for children. So as a pediatrician, what does SARS-CoV-2 look like in the majority of children? A simple cold. Maybe 1 or 2 days of symptoms. Some kids will have fevers. Most won't. And so that was really good news for us. As the alarming statements were coming out of China, people were talking about death rates of infection fatality rates of 3%. What we were seeing is that the children were really quite spared. And for us pediatricians who are concerned about respiratory illnesses in children, we were thrilled about that. And what I see even today is that children recover usually in 1 to 2 days and are completely back to normal. We can go to the next slide. So the graph I'm presenting shows the risks of SARS-CoV-2 for infection, hospitalization, and death by age group. This study is from the CDC, and it has used the 18 to 29 age group as a reference group and assigned their risk as 1. So if it's less than 1, it's a lower risk. If it's above 1, it's a higher risk. The risk to have an infection is designated by the red line. The risk for hospitalization is designated by the purple line, and the risk of death is designated by the black line. The data points are grouped by age ranges, with the lowest ages being on the left. If we look at the risk for infection, hospitalization, and death in the 0 to 4 and the 5 to 17-year age group, they're all lower than the reference age. That's great news, showing that the risk for infection, hospitalization, and death are exceedingly rare in children, especially healthy children. What is clear from this study is that the highest risk group for death were those greater than 60 years of age. So this is all very reassuring from the risk for COVID infection for children. Next slide, please. Influenza is a well-known seasonal respiratory virus, and they got mad at us when we tried to compare influenza to COVID. The next study, which comes to us from the United Nations, it's a very interesting study because it's which they describe the risk of death from influenza virus by age and by life expectancy of the population. The different colors represent the different life expectancies from different populations, largely depending on what the healthcare was in that population. So red is 20-year life expectancy, purple is 30-year life expectancy, yellow is 40-year life expectancy, teal is 50-year life expectancy, green represents 60-year life expectancy, and pink represents 70-year life expectancy. We can see how influenza has increased risk of death for the elderly populations, which is what we saw on the previous graph with SARS-CoV-2 infection. What is much different about influenza and SARS-CoV-2 is that the influenza is very dangerous for children, very dangerous, whereas SARS-CoV-2 has a very low infection fatality rate for healthy children. Next slide, please. In this elegant study by researchers in Turkey, they compared children who were hospitalized due to infection with either influenza A or B or SARS-CoV-2. They compared oxygen saturation, the need to go to the ICU, the need to be ventilated, length of stay in the hospital, and death between the two infections. The children with influenza are designated by the purple bars, and the children with SARS-CoV-2 are represented by the red bars. The graph shows that the children with SARS-CoV-2 are admitted with much higher oxygen saturation than children with influenza and have a dramatically lower rate of being transferred to the ICU, requiring ventilation, or death. As a pediatrician treating children with SARS-CoV-2, it is much easier and much more reassuring to care for children with SARS-CoV-2 infection than caring for children with influenza infections. We see from the data that for the majority of children, they do very well. However, there are a few children who present with a newly described syndrome termed multisystem inflammatory syndrome of children, termed MIS-C. Next slide, please. So this syndrome is found at a rate of 316 per million infections, or 0.0316% of children who are infected with SARS-CoV-2. So it's very rare. The median age of children affected is 9 years of age. Most children, 75%, have no underlying health problems. And just like SARS-CoV-2 infection, we can see this syndrome in post-vaccine children as well. MIS-C can affect all the organ systems, the systemic system, skin, respiratory, cardiovascular, gastrointestinal, renal, neurologic, and musculoskeletal. And it looks very similar to a disease called Kawasaki's disease, which is a known vasculitis or inflammation of the blood vessels. So if the blood vessels get inflamed, that means the whole body gets inflamed. So most children, and I've treated many children with this, most children fully recover and have no sequelae. So how can the SARS-CoV-2 virus cause such diverse symptoms? The key to understanding the disease is to understand which receptor the virus binds to. It binds to a receptor called the ACE2 receptor, which is found on all the cells that line the blood vessel interior walls. The receptor binds the spike protein of the SARS-CoV-2 virus and not only activates inflammation within the cells of the blood vessels, but the neighboring tissues as well. One specific tissue that has many of us very concerned is the inflammation that we are seeing in the heart for those who have been infected with SARS-CoV-2. But in even higher numbers are healthy children and young adult males who have been vaccinated against SARS-CoV-2 virus. This inflammation of the heart is called myocarditis. I spent 5 years studying inflammation of the heart for my PhD in cardiovascular physiology and pharmacology. The spike protein of the SARS-CoV-2 virus and is used by most of the vaccines as the antigen has me very concerned as both a clinician and a scientist. It is now clear that the spike protein is a cardiotoxin. Many assertions have been made that myocarditis in children is higher in the unvaccinated than in the vaccinated. The good news is that 4 Nordic countries studied this, and their study can answer our question. So our question is, are children more likely to get myocarditis from a SARS-CoV-2 infection than from a vaccine? The answer is no. Next slide, please. So for these 4 Nordic countries combined their data of 23 million patients, and they looked specifically at myocarditis in the vaccinated and the unvaccinated. In this paper published in JAMA Cardiology, they evaluated males from 12 to 24 years. The unvaccinated were compared to those who had been vaccinated. The unvaccinated group were used as the reference for the incidence risk ratio. All the vaccinated groups were more likely to have myocarditis than the unvaccinated. The Moderna product was worse than Pfizer, and 2 vaccinations were more likely to cause myocarditis than 1. Myocarditis caused by vaccines is not a risk we have seen in the vaccines that are used commonly in the last decade. So how dramatic is this new side effect of the new vaccine product, which asks the body to make a cardiotoxin? Next slide, please. When we look at all vaccines over the last, next slide. Next slide. I'm sorry. When we look at all the vaccines over the last 10 years in the VAERS database, looking specifically at the adverse event of myocarditis, we see a dramatic change in myocarditis in 2021 when the SARS-CoV-2 vaccine appeared. Next slide, please. If we go back to our comparison of SARS-CoV-2 and influenza and look at vaccinations, the number of cases of myocarditis reported to the VAERS system is shown in red for SARS-CoV-2 vaccines and blue for all the years of flu vaccines, all the years of flu vaccines. And you can see the SARS-CoV-2 vaccine is dramatically different than influenza vaccines. In fact, you're probably asking yourself, where are the flu vaccine myocarditis cases? Well, there's those tiny little blue marks at the bottom of the giant red marks. So when we consider children with SARS-CoV-2 infection, I would like to make the following conclusions. If we look at the data, and if we look at the data from the Thailand study that showed 2% of adolescent males had evidence of myocarditis who had been vaccinated, the Lancet study then presented a very interesting paper. When those with myocarditis were studied for at least 90 days, most of the patients had normalization of their EKG, stress test, troponin, and Holter findings. However, the cardiac MRI was still positive for damage in over 50% of the patients. Taken together, that means that maybe up to 1% of vaccinated boys may be living with myocardial damage that can only be seen with a cardiac MRI. So, in conclusion, SARS-CoV-2 in children is in the vast majority a self-limiting illness. The risk to children for hospitalization or death is exceedingly low and much less concerning than influenza infection. The spike protein is the agent of inflammation within the disease process and can directly cause inflammation of the heart. The majority of children's vaccines against SARS-CoV-2 utilize the spike protein platform and are a significant risk for causing myocarditis in otherwise healthy children, especially males. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for the invitation. Thank you for the members of the Parliament, people that I deeply admire. Thank you for the organizers, Lily, Dr. Malone. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for this amazing, amazing group. I would like to switch very quick to Spanish. My presentation is very, very short, only 10 slides, not very complicated presentation and complicated graphics. Because this is more of an awareness. Quiero dar las gracias a todos los países hispanoparlantes, como México, mi país, España, y todos los países de Latinoamérica, por darnos la oportunidad de estar aquí en uno de los recintos más importantes del mundo. One of the best places in the world to talk about politics, health, and some other things. I'm very, very thankful to be here. So basically, what I'm going to talk about is probably the most sensitive aspect of all these presentations, because we have seen data, we have seen a lot of statistics, a lot of physiology, anatomy, and a lot of predictions. But when it comes to kids, to children, that's a different matter, because there's nothing more important for society than children. I remember being a very, very happy children. I'm a father of 4 beautiful boys, and I really want to be their hero, and this is why I am here. So next slide, please. Oh my God. So basically, coronavirus disease, it's a public health disaster, definitely a public health catastrophe that we haven't encountered in over 100 years, not even with the Spanish flu. That in the words of the most knowledgeable doctors, we know that at least 100 million people lose their life during that terrible event. But this is a little bit different for different reasons. So according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC, in July of 2021, 4.2 million pediatric COVID-19 cases have been reported. This is potentially, or was, the most critical season of this, because we didn't know anything about this. So we're talking about 5.6% of the cases of children. Among children infected with COVID-19, only 0.1 to 1.9% of cases require hospitalization, and I really think this is very important. So the mortality rate was from 0 or not existent to 0.03%. Next slide. From the beginning of the coronavirus pandemic, it was evident that children infected with SARS-CoV-2 remained mostly asymptomatic. In a surveillance study at the beginning of the pandemic in different countries, children typically encounter up to 2% of laboratory-confirmed SARS-CoV-2 cases. In England, between the first trimester of 2021, very, very few children got infected or positive for COVID-19. And I'm talking about 1.1%. So very minimal, very minimal. And pretty much the same date, during the same time, in Italy, again, another 1% of children got infected, total number of infected patients. So what I'm trying to say here is that children, they don't tend to get ill with COVID-19. They tend to get very mild or moderate disease unless they have like other comorbidities or primary immune deficiencies, secondary immune deficiencies, or acquired immune deficiencies. So, and that's important. Next slide, please. So the emerging of the SARS-CoV-2 variants are becoming more transmissible and more, there's better for escaping for the vaccine-induced immunity. What is that? So basically what I'm saying is that there's no need to add more vaccines because, people, they're going to get infected with the different variants. About 6 months ago or so, I put that slide that you're watching on your screen on my Twitter account. And virtually I say that as an immunologist, I'm a pediatric allergist, immunologist, and global health specialist, and immigration doctor as well, that I am ashamed, and I am today ashamed of the real face of pediatrics worldwide. Because how can a kid of less than 1 year old can have all those shots that most of them, they don't work? I am not an anti-vaxxer. I am not an anti-vaxxer. I know for a fact that only some vaccines do work. And the reason that I'm saying this is because before the pandemic, the largest, biggest, and more efficient immunization program in the world was the polio vaccine under the International Rotary, which was called Polio Plus. The main person who started this was not only my teacher, my mentor, but my good friend, Dr. Carlos Canseco Gonzalez, the international president of Rotary. And he was able to vaccinate, obviously, with hundreds and thousands of amazing people throughout the world, to vaccinate 2 billion children around the globe. So I do believe in some vaccines, but not all of the vaccines. And you will see we go to the next slide, please. When I was growing up, back in the day, back in the early 70s, we only used to have 3 vaccines. Can you see now on your screen the number of vaccines? So you have to multiply on the vertical line and then on the horizontal line, and you will get, before 18 years old, how many vaccines now we have that they're useless. We don't need them. And we can talk about this for weeks, and probably we will never end. But this is unfortunately the agenda. So having said that, that children, they don't get easily ill. They can get infected, definitely. But they just get moderate symptoms. Why the international agenda, whoever is moving this agenda, they want to vaccinate a little bit over 2.5 billion children in the world. I find out that totally unacceptable. And I was invited by the Mexican Senate I'm from Mexico, about 2 months ago. They gave me the opportunity for the first time ever in the history of the Senate to disclose this kind of and touch this kind of topics. They give me 3 hours. And I said, well, this is not a one-man show. I need to invite somebody who is not only better than me, but who knows most things that I do. And I invite Professor Dr. Robert Malone and another friend from the US, Steve Kirch. And it was very revealing. And I am now in front of you, wonderful people. Thank you for this opportunity. Let's go to the next slide, please. So in order to have an efficient vaccine, it has to have 3 characteristics, only 3, that's it. It has to stimulate a specific immune response. It has to prevent an infectious disease, and it has to be safe and effective. Hence, I don't think COVID vaccine achieved those things. It's very simple. Next slide. Basically, the ages, these are United States statistics. From 6 months to 4 years, 2.1 million children, unfortunately, have been vaccinated, which is pretty much 12% of that age group. So hence, they are trying to vaccinate 15 million more kids. So probably after this amazing summit with these amazing people and the things that we are sharing, they're not going to vaccinate those 15 million kids. That will be our greatest achievement. On the other side, it's children ages 5 and 11, 11.2 million children have been vaccinated. So we still, up to this time, this moment, we can save 17.4 million kids. If we can make that change and we can make that happen together, I think we have achieved in saving humanity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you for your invitation. I speak French during my presentation. Donc, je vais vous parler des effets, en fait, des obligations sanitaires, des effets, en fait, sur les enfants. Donc, les conséquences, les effets délétères, concernant notamment le masque, la vaccination, mais également la distanciation sociale, tout ce qui a été fait, tout ce qui a été entrepris à travers donc les pays membres de l'Union européenne, mais également l'ensemble des pays membres des pays au niveau international. Est-ce que next slide, please? Donc la plupart de ces mesures ont concerné donc le masque, la distanciation sociale, l'isolation, l'isolement, les campagnes de tests donc dans les écoles et également les thérapies géniques expérimentales donc qu'on veut bien nommer de façon abusive vaccin. Pour remettre les choses dans leur contexte, le coronavirus n'a jamais touché les jeunes. La surmortalité, donc qui est le surplus en fait de mortalité comparé aux années précédentes, a concerné principalement les personnes de plus de 90 ans. Donc ces personnes-là ne travaillaient pas dans les écoles, n'étaient pas en lien avec le personnel éducatif et il n'y avait pas finalement, toutes ces mesures n'ont pas protégé les enfants, ont juste protégé une classe d'âge qui était principalement touchée par le Covid, mais les enfants, eux, n'ont jamais été touchés par le Covid. Next slide, please. En 2020, au niveau de l'impact psychologique de ces mesures, en 2020, on a eu une augmentation en France des gestes suicidaires de l'ordre de plus de 6%. En 2021, cette augmentation a été de 299%. 299% de personnes de moins de 15 ans qui ont tenté de mettre fin à leur jour. Approximativement, les données françaises montrent une augmentation de 100 000 boîtes de fluoxétine appelée sous le nom de Prozac, commercialisée sous le nom de Prozac, qui est un antidépresseur. 100 000 boîtes prescrites à des moins de 20 ans, à des moins de 18 ans, pardon, durant l'année 2020. En France, un observatoire a été mis en place au terme de ces 2 années d'augmentation de gestes suicidaires par des enfants à partir de l'âge de 6 ans qui se pendent ou qui se coincent des mouchoirs ou qui se coincent des mouchoirs au fond de la gorge parce qu'ils sont en situation de souffrance. Au terme de ces 2 années, la France a mis en place un observatoire sur la santé mentale des Français. Et donc, nous attendons les résultats qui seront publiés en juin 2023. Tant est-il que finalement, rien n'a changé, finalement, rien n'est entrepris pour pallier en fait à ces désastres qui ont été commis sciemment par ce gouvernement. Donc, il y a eu plusieurs alertes au niveau de la communauté internationale, mais également européenne. Des alertes concernant donc la souffrance donc chez les enfants. Next slide, please. Au niveau physiologique, on a remarqué une augmentation de plusieurs pathologies respiratoires, des pneumonies, donc de l'asthme, des bronchites aiguës, qui restaient bien au-dessus des hospitalisations dues au Covid. Ce que vous voyez ici, c'est un graphique qui a été en fait tracé avec des données officielles françaises, où on voit une augmentation très nette du taux d'hospitalisation brute après passage aux urgences, donc des pneumonies en rouge, de l'asthme en vert, et vous voyez qu'en bleu, la courbe liée au Covid est largement en dessous de l'ensemble des autres courbes. Ça prouve que ces maladies respiratoires donc qui ont vu en fait une émergence nette dès 2020, mais au déconfinement, sont toujours restés bien au-dessus que le Covid. Next slide, please. En termes de variation par rapport aux années précédentes, au niveau des pneumopathies, des pneumonies. En 2020, on a eu une augmentation d'à peu près 20%, qui est un peu redescendue en 2021 avec à peu près 12,74%. Et puis en 2022, avec un retour quasiment à la normale, plus 3%, et en 2023, avec à peu près de façon identique, plus 3%. On voit certaines semaines en 2020 une augmentation de plus de 60% de pneumopathie, d'hospitalisation due aux pneumopathies chez les moins de 15 ans. Certaines semaines, plus de 80%. En 2021, on a certaines semaines, plus de 60%, etc. On est resté bien au-dessus des seuils, on va dire, normaux comparés aux années précédentes. Et ça prouve une chose, c'est que ces masques, finalement, qu'on a imposés aux enfants, sans se soucier de leurs conséquences, a provoqué des conséquences qui, sur le long terme, et même sur le court terme, sont bien au-dessus des conséquences du Covid. En 2022, les taux d'hospitalisation dus à ces pneumopathies sont redescendus. En 2022, en France, la semaine 11, qui marque une décroissance nette, marque également la fin du masque en milieu intérieur à l'école, en milieu scolaire, en intérieur, en milieu scolaire. Donc vous voyez qu'on passe de plus 20% à quasiment moins 40% en une semaine. Est-ce qu'on peut passer à la next slide, please? On a le même phénomène donc pour l'asthme. On est largement au-dessus des taux normaux, que ce soit donc en 2022 ou 2021, avec un retour à la normale en 2023, et également, on va dire qu'à partir de la semaine 11 de 2022. Next slide, please. Donc tout ça pour montrer que ces masques causent des dégâts physiologiques, des maladies respiratoires qui sont en dehors du Covid, en dehors du champ du Covid. Donc que ce soit sur le plan respiratoire, sur le plan également psychologique, avec une augmentation des gestes suicidaires, mais également certaines mesures donc sous l'égide du pass sanitaire ou pass vaccinal, qui a été également adopté dans la plupart des pays européens, rappelons-le, ont causé également des dégâts, puisque ces injections causent des dégâts fondamentaux sur la santé des plus jeunes, sur la santé en population générale. Mon collègue, tout à l'heure, vous a parlé des myocardites. On l'a vu très tôt, qu'une augmentation des myocardites, dès le départ de la vaccination, dans les premiers signalements du VAERS, donc du système de pharmacovigilance américain. On avait une augmentation des myocardites, des péricardites qui allaient de pair. Vous avez à peu près, donc, sur les moins de 18 ans, on a 16 myocardites durant la période 1990-2020, 30 années cumulées, tous vaccins confondus, contre plus de 600 en 6 mois, donc en 2022. Voilà. Donc ça, c'est quasiment plus de fois 100. On est d'accord. On a également une résurgence des péricardites, une augmentation très franche, des thromboses et également donc des troubles du cycle menstruel, avec une augmentation inédite, plus 1788%. C'est pas rien et c'est pas anodin. La communauté européenne, l'agence européenne du médicament, a réagi très tard face à ces troubles, puisque nous avons prévenu en France, nous avions alerté qu'il y avait ces augmentations inédites, et pour autant on n'a pas été entendu, on a même été censuré avec une tentative d'être décrédibilisé, une parole d'enseignant-chercheur, ce qui est totalement anormal. Quelques mois plus tard, la Commission européenne va avouer qu'effectivement, c'est un trouble lié aux médicaments, lié, on va dire, aux injections. C'est un peu tard quand on a vacciné tout le monde. On a également, au niveau donc des hospitalisations, une augmentation très franche. On passe d'à peu près plus de 500 hospitalisations par année, contre 5 fois plus durant 6 mois en 2021, 500 habituels contre 2500. On peut passer, next slide, please. Au niveau donc des données du VARS, on a également on a également des signalements très forts concernant les morts subites, student deaths, qui ne sont pas mis sous surveillance ni que ce soit par l'Agence européenne du médicament, mais ni par les autorités gouvernementales des pays membres de l'Union européenne. C'est un signal qui est reconnu, qui est connu, qui est présent depuis le départ dans les bases de données. Et pour autant, aucun pays membre ne s'est soucié, ne s'est intéressé à ces signalements. Next slide, please. Next slide. Just one slide. Juste une dernière slide pour vous montrer également donc la présence donc des effets facilitants. On s'est aperçu depuis les données françaises notamment que le nombre de morts des 5-11 ans a été multiplié par 5 durant donc quand on a autorisé les injections Pfizer et Moderna, enfin l'injection Pfizer en France. Donc on a le même phénomène avec le booster concernant les 12-17 ans. Donc ça démontre les effets facilitants qui ont été adressés notamment maintes et maintes fois par différents scientifiques. Voilà, merci. Thank you.
Excellent.
Good afternoon, and I would like to thank that I have the opportunity to talk here about the results that we have achieved in the last 2 years by doing autopsies and bioptic examinations of histological specimens in Reutlingen in Germany. Actually, it was only 3 months after the vaccination campaign started that the first relatives came to me and asked me if I could reevaluate the autopsies that were done by coroners and by other pathologists because they did not believe in natural death causes. So by now, we have 75 autopsies that we have evaluated, and all people that died in timely connection with the vaccination. And increasingly, we get surgical and bioptical specimens, and we are by 50 such specimens now, and they are increasing. Now, of course, from the beginning, when we saw the first cases, we realized that there was a new therapeutic vaccine that was a new way of action on the body. So it was clear that there had to be some new disease entities that we had to discover, actually. And it was a toxin apparently not coming from the outside, where you examine the contents of the stomach or the serum, but it was a toxin produced by the body itself. So we had to look for the toxin in the tissue, in the cells. And that meant that we had to develop a method to demonstrate this by immunohistochemistry in the tissues. came very clear from the first cases that I looked at. First, I was alone with this, that this developed into a scientific project because of these many new and very alarming things that we saw. And by now we are about 10 scientists internationally. We are a loose group collaborating in different fields. There are chemists and physicists and biochemists working together, just depending on the question. And our review revealed that actually in 77% of the 75 autopsy persons, the vaccination had an important impact on the death process. Now, you have to know that the older they get, the more complicated the process of death is, but definitely in these 77%, it was a major contribution. And this, of course, is very different from the first reports on the autopsies, which many of them had been done without histology. And in the first diagnosis there was a natural cause of death in 91%. So only in 10% the possibility of vaccination damage was discussed. And important is in our series that these were all, in 80%, these cases were what we call now the SADS syndrome, the sudden adult death syndrome. So they dropped dead at home, on the street, in the car. And the advantage for us was that there are practically no therapeutic effects that we have to look for. So if you have people who have been artificially respiration, of course you have changes in the lung from the therapeutic methods. So some basic fact, of course, is an overlap between the true viral infection and the vaccination effects on the body. But this overlap is very small because, first of all, there are differences in the composition, like the vaccine has adjuvants, it has contamination, and second, the entrance in the body is different because the natural infection comes through the nose, the throat, and the airways. And this is an epithelium that is immunocompetent. There are immune cells already there waiting for the virus to enter. Now, if you inject the vaccination into the muscle, and finally it always gets into the vessels and into the blood. So if you do this, these are both tissues that have no immunocompetence. So there's no defense by the body primarily. And so it's the endothelium that is the first target of the vaccination. And as we have endothelium in all organs, except for the teeth and some other structures, all organs are affected. And actually, we could demonstrate the spike protein in practically all organs, mainly in the vessels. And the first picture here shows you on the left side a normal small vessel in the heart muscle. And you see these spindle cells that surround the vessel like a wallpaper. They are very delicate, and in the middle, in the lumen, there are erythrocytes and some leukocytes. On the right side, you see a victim of the vaccination, and you see the small vessel is destroyed. The spindle cells, you can still see these are the remnants of the endothelium, and the dark dots are the lymphocytes that are attacking them. And I could show practically in all organs similar pictures referring to the preceding presentations, also in the testes, in the ovary, and other organs. So the science and public attention has mainly paid to the acute deaths and adverse effects of the vaccination. And we focused on the long-term effects. Yes, and this is, and we focused on those structures that are not renewable. So this is the heart. We already heard about the myocarditis, and you see the destruction by lymphocytes, and on the right side, the demonstration of the spike protein. And here you can see this is a needle biopsy from the brain, and you see in the middle a vessel with a dense infiltration of lymphocytes and a necrosis and bleeding in the surrounding. And you can see that also the on the upside, left upside, you see the vessel with the inflammatory infiltrate that is positive. And then you can see also that the nerve cells express the spike protein, and I personally would prefer to use my nerve cells for thinking and not for producing the spike protein. So another permanent structure that is not so well known are the elastic fibers. And the elastic fibers are a main component of the vessels. And here you can see that there are defects in the structure of the main aorta, the main vessel of the body. I think even a layman can see that there's a hole practically in the middle, which we call a medial necrosis. And here you can see the specimen of the main vessel of the aorta. And on the left side, you see the wall is still coherent, and then there's a split, and there are actually two parts of the wall, and in the middle, the dark is blood. And this person died of a rupture of the aorta. And we can find the same defects in the small vessels of the brain. You can see the dark is the elastic lamella. They are clumped together and fragmented. And you see on the left side below these elastic lamella are missing, actually. And this is a microaneurysm. And finally, the one more structure that contains elastic lamella is the skin. And you see on the right upper side the normal skin with the elastic fibers, and this gives the young appearance of people which have a good skin. And here on the whole picture you see a 30-year-old man, and you can see that these elastic fibers are dramatically reduced. And they are not only directly under the basement membrane reduced, but also in the subcutaneous tissue. You can see, again, normal and destruction. So to come to the conclusion, there are non-regenerating elements lost forever, and these are the heart muscle cells. This results in physical weakness, to handicap and temporary loss. And actually, we had one patient who was an athlete who committed suicide because he could not participate in any competitions anymore. Then the second are the nerve cells. These resulted in multiple neurological failure and death, temporary loss of speech, heavy personality changes, and unconscious periods. And the third, and not so well known and not thought about so much until now, are the elastic lamella. Now, the elastic lamella are never replaced after puberty. So if they are lost, they are lost. And what is the consequence? In arterial vessels resulting in medial necrosis, rupture, and death and scar. And if there's a scar, the elasticity of the aorta, of the arteries are going down and the blood pressure rises. So in the skin, this results in premature aging. And I have, so to say, since people know I have a telephone, they call me and I have some kind of a telephone counseling. And one of the most frequent complaint now is that somebody calls and says, well, my husband, he looks about 10 years older since he has been vaccinated. And I think I know why. Loss of elastic lamella. So I think these are devastating findings for the long time future, because in 10 years nobody will think that maybe the blood pressure rise may have resulted from the lesions in the aorta. So I think this is really alarming, and that is why we have to go to the public. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your invitation. I wish to thank the organizer, Robert, Lily, and especially of the courageous member of the Parliament that showed a high sense of honor, justice, and love for truth. I apologize with the translator, but I start with all the Greek statements by Hippocrates. Ουδοζού δε ουδέ φαρμακόν ουδενή αιτετένης ταμασιμόν, ουδε euphagesomai zumbulien toyede. What does mean? Something that a lot of my colleagues have forgot. Hippocrates said, I will choose the good for my patients. According to my judgment, I will refrain from causing harm and offense, and I will not administrate any deadly drug, even if I am forced to do it. Is it live? Okay. Okay, thank you. So the spike protein, the Hippocratic oath, was betrayed by the administration of gene drug protein that produces spike protein. Spikes is in fact a toxin, is a cardiotoxic, but is also neurotoxic, as we'll show in this presentation. Spike protein contains a Gleason zipper motif that is responsible of misfolding bodily protein in their pathological form, and that cause neurodegenerative disease, such as Alzheimer's disease, Parkinson's disease, multiple sclerosis, and SLA. In this image that you can see, it's taken by the last work of Professor Seneff of MIT. You can see what happened from the starting of the injection in the muscle of the COVID vaccine. And we are production of spike, local production and inflammation reaction of spike protein, and this will transport by macrophage and a lymphocyte in the spleen. Here the spike protein is linked to asosome. But asosome, we have to keep in mind that they are humanized and are like Troy horse. Through asosome, that are Troy horse, spike protein get to the brain. In the brain, evoke an inflammatory reaction and misfolding of protein in their pathologic form, in prion form. This is what's happened, actually. And this protein is responsible in our brain of a wide range of neurological disease, ranging from Alzheimer's, sclerosis, multiple sclerosis, and also SLA that is not curable. The difference with the pathology that we already knew is that in the case provoked post the vaccines, they go very, very quickly, in few months. What's happened after? We can skip to the other, because this is a personal series that that I collect in the last 2 years. It's just a little sample, but I have had in my personal series a lot of cases of a new onset in previously healthy patients of Alzheimer in 40 years old, never seen before. Creutzfeldt-Jakob, that you know better, like the Crazy Co or La Vache Folle. It's very extremely rare. I collected 6 cases in the last 2 years, and the group, a French group. Next, maybe the French group, exactly led by the Nobel Prize, Luc Montagnier, showed 26 cases of Creutzfeldt-Jakob, of disease, crazy co disease, linked directly to the injection of vaccine. And maybe, and it's sure that the cases are very underdiagnosed. Why? Because this disease leads to the death very, very quickly, in 2 or 4 months. So be prepared to see an epidemic of a prion disease. This is of the disease. It's presented to neuroradiological PET and AG image. Substantially, the brain is completely devastated, and it leads to the death in few months. This is an amazing discovery by the group of the Luc Montagnier that give us the proof that all vaccine shows a prion sequence that is individualized by this waveform that is typical signature of human prions. This signature was present, and I insist, was present in every vaccine examined by their group. They showed that this vaccine has prion function. The next slide is a promise that I made to a wife of my patients. It was previously a very healthy man, a lawyer, and after the vaccine, he has the SLA. Is uncurable. He devastated his family, and I promised to his wife to put it to the attention word. His case is one among a lot of cases. But we have also to remember that behind this tragedy, there is also a tragedy of families. Let's proceed. This is data from the VAERS that's showing that we have. virus, as everybody knows, is vaccine adverse effects. And whole neurological diseases are related there, that you can see are related to vaccine. So it's enough to stop these vaccinal campaigns. In the next slide is a very recent paper, February 2023, that classified the complication of COVID-19 on neurological point of view. It can affect, as you can see, brain, spinal cord, cranial, and a peripheral nerve. In these studies, the author point out that the infection by COVID-19 can affect the neurodevelopment brain of the fetus. But they forgotten one thing. What can do a storm of spikes protein for the fetus? We have no study, we have no nothing, and further study are needed to protect the newborn. In the summary, mRNA vaccines are crafted to produce a large quantity of spike protein for a long time. We don't know for how much time. What we know is that it is a toxin that our body continues to produce continuously. We have a strong evidence, also official evidence from the virus, that they can cause neurodegenerative disease ranging from Alzheimer's, Parkinson's disease, and stroke, of course, and creates Jacobi fields. Further investigations are strongly demanded to protect the brain from the brain danger in the newborn. And there is urgent need for the government to reconsider the blind policies that assume that a repeated vaccine boost is a valid approach dealing with COVID-19. And this is a really euphemistic statement, because according to what you heard, what you heard recently, before from my colleagues and next from what you will listen, we can affirm that vaccines COVID, of course, we already know that it's not vaccine, but it's a bioweapon. They are, yes, I said bioweapon, and it's a crime against the humanity. And we need to stop that. And what? Something missed. The last slide actually was in honor of Luc Montagnier. From this passing, I dedicate every presentation to him, because he was a true friend of humanity, an example for us. And I also, to quote the statement of Professor Malone of yesterday and of Dr. Stremezzi of today, you choose to be warrior of light. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. While my slides are coming up, I'm not used to seeing my face like that. So, I mean, I look pretty serious and engaged. It's interesting. I had a colleague say, it's weird. Usually you go to big gatherings to see rock stars, and now it's to see doc stars. So I want to thank the members of Parliament for having us here. I want to thank the organizers. I want to thank my colleagues who've been brave enough to stand up for the truth around the world, in spite of the slings and the arrows, our attacks on our licenses, attacks on free speech. I want to thank all of you for the efforts that you've all put into telling the truth at all costs. And we, are in the middle of something that's not really about a virus, it's about free speech. And still we see much of the world worried about the virus and living in fear as we're 3 years into 2 weeks of flattening the curve. So, as we sit here now, there are countries passing laws that are preventing people from speaking science, speaking the truth, preventing the opportunity to engage in dialogue. We've seen the loss and the death of informed consent around the world. How many people were told of all the harms to the brain, to the heart, to the reproductive organs prior to getting these injections? I would posit that none have. And I think that's the problem with which we're faced. And, if a therapy is effective, it doesn't matter if it isn't safe. And obviously, we can hound the world with all the data in the world, but if people don't listen, it doesn't matter. Are my slides up, or are they still loading, Robbie? Okay. They're coming. Okay. I know a lot of people have injection regret. They were hoping not to get this, but because they wanted to travel or because they were coerced into thinking that these investigational biological products were actually a vaccine. And as you can see from all the data we've received today, they most certainly weren't. We've seen the death of public health. Vitamin D was ignored. We have a vitamin D deficiency pandemic around the world that could have allayed and prevented much of the harms that we did see. We have an obesity pandemic around the world. We have sick care systems around the world, not health care systems. And probably the biggest death we've seen around the world in the last 3 years is the death of curiosity and the death of critical thinking. And the laws around the world are irrelevant if there's no will to enforce the laws and the regulations that are on the books. So we've also seen much corruption happen all over a little virus that was no worse than a flu. I'm going to start by showing you an excessive list of studies showing the mutagenicity of these shots. Oh, wait a minute, I'm not, because there isn't an excessive list of the carcinogenicity and the mutagenicity studies. I'll show you all the ones from Pfizer right now. Oh, no, I won't. Wait, I'll show you the long list of ones from... No, I won't. Okay, I'll show you the mutagenic, carcinogenic studies from AstraZeneca and J&J. No, I won't. Because the studies weren't done, they don't exist. I always start my talk like this: the man who does not read has no advantage over the man who cannot read. And it seems that much of the medical profession and much of politics around the world is suffering this problem of illiteracy. And of course, all scientists and doctors agree when you censor the ones who don't. Now, how many people in this room know about the Trusted News Initiative? Please raise your hand. Okay, that's about half the room. That's more than most audiences. The reason you haven't heard most of the things that you've heard today is because the media is in collusion with whatever the powers that be in preventing you from getting that information. All right, next question then. Let's talk about the monster in the room, spike protein and cancer mechanism potentials. How many people in this room, after the rollout of the injections, have a friend, a colleague, a patient who had an unexpected cancer or very aggressive cancer? Please, show of hands. Wow. Let the record show, for those who can't see the room, that that's more than half of the room. So who's the pathologist? The pathologist is the most important doctor that you never meet that you always hope is right. And I'm honored to be here with my esteemed colleagues. We're the quality control of medicine. We're the ones, if we see something, we say something, whether it's convenient or not. And why does it matter? Because it's your life and death between our eyeballs. It's what we do every day. All good science begins with observation. My colleagues here, and I want to thank Dr. Burkhardt and his group, because they were the first to really start pointing out these vaccinal harms and the deaths due to this spike protein. Thank you, Dr. Burkhardt. I was at a meeting in Texas just 2 days ago, and more pathologists were there. I was at another meeting recently. Pathologists are seeing this. Some of them are still afraid to say something because of loss of profession or job. Clinical observation, the cancer rates are off the charts and growing, and it's really unfortunate. Insurance data sets out of Germany show a marked increase in unexpected cancers as well. Colleague Dr. Dalgleish, oncologist in the UK, met with him a couple months ago. He's seeing astounding numbers of very aggressive cancers in his population. Now, this is somebody who's been doing oncology for 40 years. So when you see something, you say something. He has spoken out. It's time to stop these shots. Here's work from the ethical skeptic, some very good data crunching. I'm going to show you 4 graphs. And all 4 of these show the increasing trends over expected averages in cancers applied from data from the CDC. Here we have another graph. See, in 2021, something interesting happened. And here you have the upward trend. And these are reported carcinomas over expected in trends. Here we see the same thing. See that line going upwards since 2021. What happened in mid-2021? Oh, I don't know, maybe mandates of an experimental biological product injected into billions of people around the world. Well, let's look at one more. Oh my gosh, same thing. That is not anecdote, my friends. That is not anecdote. One cannot find that for which they do not look. The cells don't lie. As you saw from my colleagues, the spike protein is present throughout all tissues of the body. That is not meant to be. Human cells are meant to make human proteins, not to make toxins. So to inject a gene-based product into the body and make your cells the factory for a toxin is psychologically insane. What we need to demand is the ICD-10, the diagnostic codes in all databases in every country in the EU, in the United States, in all countries of the world. Those should be updated weekly. These numbers are available, and yet we have a lag in reporting of easily accessible data. Every doctor that sees a patient puts a code after a visit. Every pathologist that sees a slide puts a code after a diagnosis. These data are available in the data sets of every country that uses the international data codes. Easy as that. All this data should be transparent and available. It should not be hidden. So really quickly, I'll go back one there. Sorry, lost my flow. All right, cancer mechanisms, gene mutations. Can the spike protein do that? You bet it can. Hypoxic environment from clotting? You bet it can. Reactivation of latent viruses, does spike protein do that? You bet it can. Low interferon. Interferon is critical in fighting off cancer. Does spike protein do that? You bet it does. Decrease in cell mitochondrial energy because of destruction of mitochondria. Studies out of the Salk Institute, you bet the spike protein does that. Loss of immune surveillance and suppression of your immune system, you bet it does that. Fragmented microRNAs from impure vials, you bet. Hormonal dysregulation, you bet. Toll-like receptor alterations that are necessary for keeping cancer in check. Does the spike protein do that? You bet it does. Is there an SV40 cancer virus promoter region within the Pfizer vials? Yes, there is. All of these are mechanisms the spike protein can cause. So why would we inject people with something that makes a spike protein that can do all these things that can lead to cancer mechanisms? Good question. Now, does the spike protein go away quickly? No. Does the mRNA go away quickly? No. This study by Dr. Roltgen out of Stanford showed that the body produces, sorry, Spanish. I didn't mean to hacer la presentación en español. The body hangs on to the synthetic mRNA for at least 60 days and makes spike during that whole period of time. Not in everybody, but in this study, for at least 60 days, the body still had mRNA and was still making spike protein that does all those mechanisms that I just showed you. Does the spike protein bind to the P53 family of genes? Yes, it does. The P53 is the guardian of your genome, and if that becomes dysregulated, guess what can happen? Cancer pathways ensue. It also binds to the BRCA gene, which is responsible for breast and ovarian cancer. And that's the guardian of your genome. And if that goes awry, all cancer pathways can open up. This I borrowed from my colleague, Dr. Burkhardt, with his permission. This is all those blue cells are a lymphoma of the stomach. And what's fascinating is all the brown dots here, that is spike protein in every one of those cancer cells. These are studies that should have been done before one needle went in one human arm anywhere in the world. None of these were done. This is one from my laboratory. This is a pancreatic adenocarcinoma. See all the pink dots that should not be there? That is spike protein in each one of those cancer cells. Did we stain like Dr. Burkhart did to make sure it wasn't virus that was making the spike protein? We ruled out the other proteins from the virus? Yes, we did. This is post-vaccinal. And this patient who thought she was doing the right thing because her doctor, without giving her informed consent, talked her into receiving a shot, and now she only has a few months to live for a virus for which she was at very little to no risk. What about the vials? Well, the European Medicine Agency in documents showed that the purity of the mRNA was only 50%. What does that mean? There is a lot of microRNA in these vials that isn't coding for spike protein, may not code at all, but may code for other proteins. Same thing in Australia. The vials weren't pure, so instead what did the agency did? They just dropped the standard and said, okay, 50% is okay now. That's not what we do with medical drugs or therapeutic products at all. And here we have from Comirnaty cell studies that these cell cultures are making a protein that's supposed to weigh 141 kilodaltons. That's what the spike weighs. Yet they're making something that weighs 190 and 100. They're making other proteins other than the spike protein. Are these carcinogenic? Maybe. And we know microRNAs, these fragmented RNAs, are known carcinogens. Known carcinogens. So impure RNA in the vial can be carcinogenic. Bone marrow, here's one from my laboratory. Every little pink dot that you see there, in the bone marrow, that's spike protein, damaging stem cell lines in the bone marrow. Another reason we are seeing a marked increase in lymphomas and leukemias. It's wiping out macrophage lines, natural killer cell lines, T cell lines, suppressing normal function of the immune system. And then this paper was retracted. It shows that the DNA is damaged by the spike protein, that it gets into the nucleus and destroys immune cell function. This is important as well because that DNA damage, mismatch repair can happen in most tissues in the body. This was retracted because at the NIH, there were characters who decided they didn't want this information to be public. So a FOIA request requesting all communications between two characters, I'm not going to go through the long story, pushed to get that paper retracted because this cancer-promoting mechanism is inconvenient to the truth. And all 490 pages concerning the retraction of these papers will not be released by the government. They're holding them because there's a story being hidden behind the companies and the NIH knowing that there was carcinogenic potential in these products. What about the nanoparticles? Well, on the nanoparticles from Pfizer, from Moderna, from AstraZeneca, there's a warning. This product is not for human or veterinary use. These lipid nanoparticles on the chemical manufacturer safety data sheets clearly state these nanoparticles are not for human or veterinary use, yet 5 billion people have them in their bodies now. And there's one product in J&J that's a known carcinogen in animals. So here we have, these are all fun pictures from the laboratory. We have the beast, we have scared panda bears, people. We have the guards, and then we have, obviously, the investigators. That's the pathologists. Autopsy should be done on any and every sudden death post-vaccine. Spike protein are commercially available, these studies and stains that we do. Every laboratory in the world should be doing this now and telling the truth and doing the post-mortem on the damage being caused. So warning. To Europe and to the world, we have a potentially severe social and economic widespread impact if these cancer trends continue. This isn't just about a handful of people dying from cancer. This is a societal warning that this can have grave social and economic impact on many nations. What do we need to do? In conclusion, we need to, well, go back to Kierkegaard in a second. Help. One more. Touchy. Okay, we need to stop these injections because all the variants, Wuhan, BA4, BA5, they're extinct These are expired shots for something that's extinct. All these variants of the virus are gone. No shot should be going into any arm anywhere in the world. These are expired products for extinct variants of a virus. These injections can never keep up with what's out there because of the nature of coronavirus families. We need to stop the unproven technology, the lipid nanoparticle plus a pathogen sequence. This is dangerous, not proven. We don't have 10 years of safety data for this platform, this technology, yet $500 million plants are being built in Kenya, in Canada, in the UK, in Australia for mRNA technology, for a technology that's not proven and is known to be dangerous. We need to demand here in the EU and all nations of the world that the databases be opened up immediately. We need to acknowledge and compensate and help those that have been injured by these injections. And I will conclude very simply. There are two ways to be fooled. One is to believe what isn't true. The other is to refuse to believe what is true. Thank you very much.
Worse than that.
I think the microphone's on.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. My name is Vincent Pavon. I am a mathematician at France University, and I have prepared this talk with Pierre Chaillot, who is a statistician, and this is about all causes mortality in France since 2020. So there is. Okay. So first, let us recall the context in France. So, in France and Western countries, there have been alarming communication concerning 2020 dreadful increase of all-cause diseases. This was the main narrative of authorities and the media. And the proposed explanations of official authority was there is a dangerous SARS-CoV-2 virus, and this is a killing virus that could even kill young people. This was the explanation for the dreadful increase in diseases. And authorities told us that there were absolutely no effective COVID treatments, whereas there is just one way to protect against the virus, which was the vaccines, and these vaccines were told us to be safe and effective, of course. However, as we shall see, in France and in European countries, 2020 is one of the lowest death rates in history, and we have also strong indication concerning vaccines that these vaccines are statistically associated with increase in all-cause mortality, especially regarding, in fact, young people. So, first, the definitions. we can count in any country for any age the raw number of deaths, of course. But if you want to compare deaths from year to year, you cannot use such raw number because it does not take into account the age structure of the population. So what you need to define, if you want to have fair comparison, is not the number of deaths, but the so-called death rate, which is dividing the number of deaths by the population. And this way, you can see that deaths can increase while death rate is decreasing. And in practice, you should never compare a number of diseases, but always introduce death rate. This is because things are very simple. Things are simple. In Germany, more people are dying than in Luxembourg, because Germany is a country which has a population bigger than in Luxembourg. And of course, in hospices, more people are dying than in baby schools, of course, because people are older in hospices. And there is no reason to compare deaths in hospices and baby school, and there is no reason to compare deaths in Germany and Luxembourg. You have to take into account the age structure because, of course, population is aging and growing. So if you take into account the age structure in defining the death rate, then you can compare things. And this is as follows. On the picture, on the left, there is an increase in the total number of deaths because population is aging and growing. But if you compute the death rate, there is a decrease in the rate because you know that cares are improving. So what you get when you compare death rate and know the number of rate is that in France in 2020, the death rate is equal to the one in 2015. This means that COVID is nothing but usual flu, the same as we have it in 2015. And the same conclusions are taken in Europe. So, there has been in France, in spite of this, an increase in the significant number of deaths. You can compute, taking time series into account, you can compute the significant excess of deaths in 2020 in France. And it is between 7,000 and 23,000, okay? But this significant excess of deaths, it is not due to COVID. It is rather due to Rivotril injection for the elder, also too late COVID hospitalization, and also stay at home mandate, which prevents you, for instance, from curing your heart attack and so on. So finally, in France, what kills in 2020 was not COVID-19, but finally the lack of cares. So now we can shift to the narrative of safe and effective vaccination. Of course, we know this is not true, but we can give figures concerning this false narrative. Of course, the first evidence are in the VAERS, and you can count the number of deaths declaration following, vaccines. And what you can realize is that between 1919 and 2020, considering all the vaccination about 30 years, there has been about 11,000 declaration of deaths after vaccination. But just in 21 and 22, just for COVID vaccines, there has been 16,000 declaration of deaths. This means that potentially COVID-19 vaccines are 1,000 severe than any other vaccine. In Europe, you have also indication that there is a correlation between vaccination and deaths, especially as concerns young people. For any time series, you can define its z-score, and if the z-score is greater than 2, it means that there is a significant deviation in excess. And in the Euromomo platforms, you can compute the z-score of mortality in Europe, and you can see that since the middle of 2021, there is a significant excess of deaths as concerns young people from 15 to 44. And this is since the middle of 2021. This means since the beginning of vaccination for the young people. Finally, in France, you can also compute the difference between expected deaths and observed deaths from 2019, 2020, and 2021. So the method is very simple. From observation from the past, you compute statistical regression, and you can then have expectation for the deaths in 2020 and 2021. And you can compute the difference between observation and expectation, and the red bars here in the graph means that you have excess in mortality. And guess what? In 2020, you have exact correlation between increase in mortality and lockdowns, and in 2021, you have exact correlation between excess in deaths and vaccinations. So, as a conclusion, it is very clear that from, official figures, using just very common statistical methods, so COVID-19 is not more dangerous than flu, and in France, standard deaths in 2020 is equal to the one of 2015. In France, there has been an excess in deaths resulting from the lack of cares, and we have no numerous proof of correlation between vaccination and simultaneous declaration of deaths, not only in the United States with VAERS, not only in Euromomo with z-score, but also in France with computed difference between expected and observed deaths. So finally, French authorities refused to give us, researchers and citizens, the vaccine status of people who have died since 2021. The question is why? Probably we have the answer. Thank you.
This one is Good afternoon, everybody. First, I would like to thank the organizers for giving us the opportunity to share our data from different countries with you, politicians. It's very important that we join forces to change the course of history. I'm going to present some results, no difficult formulas or anything like that. If you can count deaths and if you can count vaccine numbers, vaccine injections that have been given, then you're able to understand what I'm going to present. This is about increase in all-cause mortality during vaccination campaigns as they do them in the Netherlands. And in the Netherlands we are lucky because they do all the vaccinations within a very short time. So if there's anything happening with regard to viability of people or death, then it will immediately surface. Now this is about, I will focus on 2022, and there is a reason for that. So first I would like to show you that two graphs here. The upper one is monitoring coronavirus in wastewater. And you see there are nice peaks. And what is below there is the number of elderly care homes that report that they have also corona infection. You see this is the same. So what we have in the Netherlands, we have an ongoing circulation with peaks of coronavirus. Does that cause mortality? No, not that much.
So now I've look at the graph above. That is the mortality that you see in the elderly care homes. That's the red line. And the blue line is the one in the general population. And they have the same sort of dynamics. And you see actually in 2022, that's the right part of the graph, that there's almost nothing anymore. In the lower one, you see the orange line. That's again all these Omicron waves that we see. But in the blue line, that's the mortality in the care homes. It's almost nothing. Actually, what I've calculated there is the case fatality rate. It means that the chance that somebody who has a clinical infection in that care home, that he or she dies from that. That case fatality rate is now in the Netherlands below 1%, which means that actually we have something like what we call an endemic infection. And you can see it here. I mean, there are three groups of bars. Just focus on the x-axis. That's the age. So you see the distribution around the age of 75 years. And you see there the blue bars is actually the percentage of people in that age group that died with or due to corona. That's, at the moment, something like 1% of all mortality in each age group is due to or associated with corona. So actually, there's nothing going on in 2022 about corona. But then look at this. This is the mortality, all-cause mortality curves. And they've separated here 3 age groups. Look at the upper one. And there you see that there is this line in the middle with the sort of pink cloud around it. But above that is the actual number of deaths over the year. And you see there's a strange, wavery sort of pattern. And I want to know where that comes from. So we look at that. And so this is only 2022. And the upper one is the all-cause mortality. So the number of people that die per week. And you see there are strange waves, and the lower one is actually the vaccination campaigns in the Netherlands. That's in red. That's the number of vaccinations that was given in a week. So you see already, this is peculiar. When we have a change in that all-cause mortality, the upper graph, it seems that the lower graph also changes. So now let's actually look at these 2 vaccination campaigns. The left graph shows you the all-cause mortality. That's the gray line, and the blue line is actually the number of vaccinations that was given. Now, you don't have to be a mathematician to get really worried about this. And if you do the linear correlation, and you see that the more vaccinations that were given, the more people that died. The spring vaccination campaign was limited to people from 60 plus years. So these figures, I can only present them from 65 years onwards because I do not have the data from 60 to 65. But the main message is clear. This was mainly Pfizer. I go one back. I want to go back. Am I going back? No, I'm not going back. Okay, just the numbers. Because read what the bottom line says. If you calculate how many people we talk about here, we talk here about 5,820 people that died during that vaccination campaign. So additionally. Now we go to the autumn campaign. Autumn campaign is a little bit different because there they used the bivalent vaccine, mainly Moderna. And on the autumn campaign, they said, okay, everybody can now, above the age of 12, can come for a vaccination. The left graph is again the all-cause mortality. It's the gray line. And the blue line is the number of vaccinations that was given. So again, you see, as soon as they start vaccinating, we see immediately an increase in all-cause mortality. You see that the gray line has some points going up during weeks 48, 49. That's an influenza epidemic. The right graph shows you again the correlation, linear correlation, and from that you could conclude that in that wave of vaccination, again, 2,652 people have died. So what about correlation versus causality? Because they always say to me, well, Theo, this is only correlation, this is not causal. Okay, let me say something about this correlation. It is temporally associated. That means that as soon as they start vaccinating, you see this. Second, it's dose dependent. The more vaccinations that are given, the more people die. Third, it's repeatedly found. We find it in every vaccination campaign. What I've shown you are two vaccination campaigns, one in spring, summer, one in autumn, and so it's independent of season. A very important argument, I think, is that you cannot easily explain this by any other cause. I do not know what kind of other cause I have to imagine that can explain this result. Then it's described in different countries. This is not only our systems or something like that. You see it in France, you see it anywhere. And what is also very important, it is neglected by authorities. Because the thing left at the top left is the title from a paper in the British Medical Journal in May 2021, that is 2 years ago, where the Norwegian health authorities have published in the journal that the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine is likely responsible for deaths of some elderly patients. That was already 2 years ago. That ended up in a periodic safety update report of Pfizer. We did not know of the existence of that report until only after a FOIA request. Then it was released. And I read aloud here, thanks to my optician for my glasses. On the 15th January, following fatal events involving elderly patients vaccinated with BNT162b2 in Norway, the Norwegian agency updated their guidance for vaccination, advising that caution and case-by-case judgment should be used when vaccinating frail elderly subjects. And this is published in July 2021. And we didn't know that. And the Dutch government, in 2022, did 2 of these vaccination campaigns, and I've shown you the results of that activity. So did I miss the conclusions? Yes, I think I missed the conclusion. Be careful going back. Anyway, I missed one slide. One slide is that, so the conclusion is actually that I think that these vaccines, this vaccine technology in general, has been rolled out much too early in the world. It's not finished, it's unsafe. We have more than enough data here. It is highly likely that all these people that died here, that they died because of vaccination. And I think, also given the fact that the older Omicron variants that we see now do not cause any harm, that there is no reason to keep these products on the market, and I would call for an immediate retraction of these vaccines.
Hello, I'm Hervé Seligman, and I don't have an academic address, which means a lot. My first slide, which isn't yet there, is thanking my main colleagues who helped me, but there are many others who have not been listed on this slide that is not yet there. the second slide already is a timeline. You are not seeing it yet. It's a timeline for 2021 and the observations that I did at different dates. And in addition, the number of people who were worldwide injected at that time. And this is the timeline. So already in mid-February, I observed that there was an increased death rate for COVID patients who had been injected versus those who had not been. And at that time, there were 100 million people worldwide injected. At mid-March, this was confirmed again, and there were about 240 million people injected. Before that, between the beginning of March, we already saw that after the injection, you had 2 to 3 times more infections in the injected than in the uninjected. So all that you have already heard today. What is important is that you see that these points were very early on known, and they should have stopped it already. So we can continue. In May, I did a petition to the Israeli Supreme Court where I did an analysis showing that the relative risk after injections increased the younger you were. So in order to hope to stop this, at least for the children. And at that time, there were 600 million people injected. Analysis of the Euromomo data that I will speak about also after I speak here already showed that at that time children were not yet injected, but there was a positive correlation between children all-cause mortality and adult injection rates using the same method as Shete just presented. And what this means, apparently, we don't know, but it could mean that there is an halo effect, a shedding, a vaccine shedding, probably not only on the children, but I could only see it on the children. And in September 2021, I saw a negative correlation between female injection rates per country and fertility rates for these countries. So I didn't see it for males. That doesn't mean there is no effect for males. It simply means with this technique, I couldn't see it. And at that time, it's only a few months later, 3.3 billion people injected in the world. Today, there are 5.5 billion people injected. Now, these are only correlations, but what it means is we don't have the burden of proof. It's sufficient to have signals because in order to stop something, this is enough. This is the principle of precaution. The burden of proof is on those who want to inject. And that is where we stand. So why did we continue? In my view, there has been a multi-decennial propagandizing and educating to self-hate and to self-destruction of the populations, something related to depopulation and agenda that for me is tantamount to talking about Lebensraum ideology. So my last issue is about weekly Euromomo data that were already discussed before. And these data are all-cause mortality rates. They are age stratified for different age classes. And what is important, we could confirm at least the short-term effects with CDC data on US all-cause mortalities. So how do they look like? This has been shown. These are the Euromomo data. They are for 26 countries. And these data will look as Z standardized death rates week per week. And until today, I have about 120 weeks. So 120 columns in this table that I'm not showing in total. Each line is a different country. The next table is for the same countries and the same weeks. I have the percentage of people who were injected in these countries. And the next slide is the correlations that we see for a given column in the injection table versus the mortality table, where of course mortalities happen either the same week as injection or later. And so you have sometimes positive correlations. The more you inject it, the more deaths you have. And in other combinations of mortality and injection weeks, you have negative correlations. So what we are going to look at is at the percentage of positive correlations among all correlations where the time lag, the time between injection and deaths is the same. Either the same week, 1 week later, and so on. That's the diagonals on this matrix of correlations. Each diagonal meaning the same number of weeks between the events. And the graphs on your, on your left side, you have for the first injection. On the right side, you have for the third injection, for the boosters. What you have is in yellow is an excess positive correlations. The more you injected, the more deaths you had. And in blue, the more you injected, the less deaths you had. So that's what you expect to get with a vaccine. That's a protective effect. So in the first 5 weeks after injecting, you have excess deaths. And that's basically the same as we know from the VERS data. Then we have 15 weeks of fewer deaths. That's the protective period, which ends approximately at the time that in clinical data we see the antibodies from the vaccines disappear from the blood from the injected. So what I get with my statistical analysis, I have no physiological data, anything. I see something that corresponds to clinical data. So we trust my analysis based on that. And what we see and which other analysis or other data don't show you are adverse periods, yellow periods after these 20 weeks. You have from week 20 to week 40 a long adverse period. Then you have a long 30-week period where we don't see anything. That would be what we expect if there was no effect by the vaccines. But after that, you have again from week 70 to week 95, after injecting the first injection, we have increased mortality rates proportional to the injections. So this seems like it's not going to stop, because it's continuing as long as I have data, significant amounts of data. For the third injection, that's the second graph that you see, you have basically all the time adverse events. It looks in both graphs like as if maybe these adverse periods are getting worse with time. So for the children that were not injected beginning in the first half of 2021, I still have a yellow period, meaning the mortality rates of the uninjected children was proportional, positively correlated with the adult injection rates. That's what you see here. That's why I'm telling you, I think that there is something shed by the vaccinated. There could be other explanations, I don't know. But there is an effect, an halo effect. And another interesting fact that came out about a month ago is a Danish study showing for different batches, production batches of the Pfizer vaccines, that you have batches that have high adverse event frequencies, medium ones, and low ones. It's important to think about it. We don't know what that means. But if you do the analysis that I already showed you for the first injection, but only for the 6 first months of injections of 2021 versus the second half of the year. So the first graph, again, on your left shows what you get for the first 6 months. That's what you had in the first graph that I showed you. But for the second half of the year, we see something totally different. What is the cause of that? Did we simply have different types of batches with different adverse events types? Or do we have that the injected, who are fewer in the second half of the year, are actually not really, they are already exposed to the vaccines because most of the people around them had already been injected. So something similar to what I just described to you with the children. So that's it. I rest my case.
Can you hear me? My slides are on the way, yes? Thank you so much to Liz and Stephen and Lily, first of all, and a member of the European Parliament. Really grateful for this experience. Beyond a recall of these products, I think we need to look ahead. I just want to say this at first, because they're not finished with us, and the next thing is coming. And besides just saying, this has to stop, the current 3-year program, we need to look ahead and preemptively say no. I think that's really important. So I'm going to present some VAERS data. They're basically just pretty pictures. I'm not going to take a long time. I think most of you are familiar with what's going on with this database. It's the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System. It's a pharmacovigilance tool which is designed to detect safety signals in data that weren't detected in pre-market testing. It is one of many. I chose to analyze the data from VAERS because it's easily accessible, and you just simply download it and count away. It's really important that everybody know that there was more than enough of a safety signal in VAERS, even in January 2021. I don't think many people know this. Beyond a safety signal being detected across all the age groups here, even in the 0 to 4 range, there were almost 700 deaths. And the word on the street is that once you surpass a certain number of deaths in the context of treatment, a prophylactic drug, or a vaccine, it's time to call the product off the market, to recall it. So I don't understand how 700 people managed to report their deaths to VAERS. These are just the front-end reports. 3 things I just want to say about VAERS. It works. It has worked historically. The rotavirus vaccine in 1999 was called off the market when a handful of intussusception cases were reported. It works when it's being looked at. So the problem is the people who own the data, which are the HHS, the FDA, and the CDC, are not doing what they've always done in the past. And no matter how much of this that we're doing as analysts, they don't seem to be concerned with what's going on. And I think that you guys probably will be after you see these pretty pictures. And VAERS is severely underreported. Lots of people are going on saying that it's overreported because everybody knows about it. That is rubbish. It's severely underreported. We don't know exactly by how much, but I've calculated it to be at least 31 times underreported, which is based on the Pfizer phase 3 clinical trial data, which is probably also rubbish. And so you can take it with a grain of salt. Needless to say, I never ever show the underreporting factor in my figures because we don't need it. The numbers are very high. This is just to give everybody an idea of what's been going on for the last 10 years. VAERS has been on the go for 30. This is the last 10 years of data. The left-hand graph is file size. The right-hand side are the number of adverse reports, the absolute number. And you can see for the past 10 years, it's been very, pretty even. The number, this file size and the number of reports. The number of deaths for all the vaccines combined for the last 10 years is something around 139. So if you compare that to the almost 40,000 reports that are currently in VAERS right now, there is no comparison. So you can see there's a 1,400% increase in the file size in just 2021 alone. And I remind everyone, I'm talking about 3 products in 2021, the mRNA and the Janssen, and all the vaccines combined for the last 10 years. And there's a 1,300% increase in the respective number of adverse event reports. So there's a striking increase, and there's no explanation for this. This is across all age groups. You can see that nobody is immune. According to age, there are over 1.5 million reports in VAERS as of, this is April 21st. VAERS is updated weekly, and the numbers they're still growing. And on the right-hand side is the normalized data according to dose, according to the CDC age grouping. And those are not low numbers. A lot of people are saying, well, it's just because we've doled out a lot of shots. That's also rubbish. It's not that at all. Now, we've already seen evidence that, there was it's not even evidence. We knew that these shots were unnecessary in children. COVID is not really it's not a bad disease in children. Nonetheless, there was a push to get these shots into very young children, and now even babies. And this is the current number of adverse event reports in the front-end system, no underreporting factor considered in VAERS. You can see there are a couple of peaks at age 5 and 12. This probably has a lot to do with the fact that they were injected under age. So again, no child needed these shots, and the infection fatality rate in children is nil. So it really begs the question why. This is a slide just for you to have evidences from way back when showing that the rates of death from COVID itself in children was basically nothing. And this is in comparison to the deaths that have been reported in the context of VAERS. So I'm just going to leave this here for people to peruse. Oh, that's not supposed to be like. Oh, okay. So again, I reiterate, no child needed these shots. They were pushed on children, and children have died, according to the reports in VAERS. Again, this is underreported. We don't know the actual number, but you can multiply that by something. Not one child should die in the context of a prophylactic treatment where there's no risk for death from the disease, period. Not one. These kids, oops, what happened? These kids, they no longer have a future to look forward to. I know that's a bit dismal, but that's the reality. Let me go quickly. There's so much I can say about what's in VAERS because it's a very comprehensive database, not just because there are over 1.5 million reports, but for every single report there are 52 variables. There's a lot of information in there. So one of the things that I wanted to point out here is that a lot of these things are being given inappropriately according to age. Kids that are too young, according to the EUA definition. And these particular ones that I'm showing you were given by pharmacists. So my question is, if these pharmacists, which are supposed to be professionals, are not asking, are you old enough? Are you at the age of consent, according to the EUA? How likely do you think that them or their parents are being told about side effects? I would say 0. And that's a big problem. 4 children ended up in the ER too. This is my last slide, and it's probably the most important. It's well established and acknowledged even by the CDC that myocarditis is a problem in the context of these shots, inflammation of the heart. This is a chart that's been evident from the very beginning, and it remains evident in the way that I'm showing. This is age on the x-axis of all the reports pulled out of VAERS with myocarditis as an adverse event report. And the y-axis is just the absolute number, and the colors are by dose. So you can see following dose 2, there's a much higher fold increase, or it's a much higher fold reporting rate for the second dose. So that indicates that it's evidence of causation. And I just also want to say that whenever I hear people repeating this mantra, well, correlation isn't causation, I wonder if they've ever heard of Bradford Hill criteria, because these are the criterion that you can use to provide very solid evidence of causality and epidemiological data, and I've satisfied all 10. There are 10, and I've satisfied all 10. So that's all I have to say. I probably forgot a bunch of stuff, but Thanks very much for hearing me, and that's it.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's on? Can anyone hear me? Closer, because I'm too short. That's the problem. No clicker. Hello, good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation to speak here today at the European Parliament. It's quite an honor for us. Unfortunately, my colleague, Dr. David Weissman, was unable to come, but we are both very, very grateful. I'm going to talk today about what the regulators didn't tell us. Our message overall is that the mRNA vaccines must be regulated as gene therapy products to ensure a full study and disclosure of the long-term effects. Without this, we may be facing a health and economic crisis potentially worse than the pandemic itself. I'll be talking mostly about the first 2 points on that slide, that they are complicated and that regulatory standards have been lowered. The experiment, I'm not sure everyone realized how complicated these products really are. These are the most complicated products I've ever assessed in my career to date, in both David and ours view, with multiple specialized components, various manufacturers, suppliers, and complicated supply chains. The manufacturers themselves, in these 2 quotes, admit that these are gene therapy products, as you can see. The mRNA in these products are not natural. They have been extensively modified to evade host defense systems to this foreign material and to increase the amount of protein production to basically make them commercially viable. In addition to the viral spike protein sequences, which you can see in blue on the right-hand side, the green sections, which are untranslated, they're not translated to any protein, they contain human elements. And these may increase the risk of autoantibodies. They also contain large amounts of N1-methylpseudouridine, which replaces uridine, whose toxicity and metabolism is unknown in humans, especially after repeated doses. If these are gene therapy products, why was there no review by the Committee on Advanced Therapy of the EMA? And the reason for that is that since about 2008, these nucleic acid products have been specifically excluded from GTP guidance. In each of the guidelines I put up there, they actually state these guidelines do not apply to vaccines or any indication against infectious disease. So we're left with the 2005 WHO guidelines, which are applicable for all non-clinical assessment used for all other vaccines. And that was the guidance that was used. If it had been gone under gene therapy products, this guideline from the FDA, for example, could be used. It's a really good guideline for long-term follow-up of gene therapy products that would include a 5 to 15-year follow-up to include observations for cancer, autoimmunity, neurological toxicity, and risks of new infections. In addition, the EMA itself excluded assessment for long-term effects. It is of note that the EMA did flag many manufacturing concerns, including contamination with double-stranded DNA, double-stranded RNA, endotoxin, and the fragmented mRNAs. And we're very, very cognizant of that fact. The bivalence of the manufacturing in particular requires 2 DNA plasmids, and purification issues may arise from that, which lead to contamination. The FDA has flagged that DNA itself may be oncogenic, doesn't need to be put into the genome, and may be immunomodulatory. And recently, a former scientist with the Human Genome Project, Kevin McKernan, has sequenced the BioNTech Pfizer vial vaccines of the bivalents and have found significant amount of double-stranded DNA plasmids. Oops, can we go back? Plasmids in the vials. These plasmids appear to be replication competent, which means that they can replicate. They contain an antibiotic resistant gene, and probably more importantly, they contain something called an SV4 promoter, which was not appeared to be disclosed. If you see on the left-hand side, that is called the plasmid map that was available on the EPAR, the European Public Assessment Report for the Pfizer-BioNTech's BA.4/5 vaccine. These results will need verification, but it raises major concerns in manufacturing and starting materials that have produced substantial contamination with unevaluated toxicities, and were not present in the product that was used in the original clinical trials. Our review of the EMA document showed that the EMA really did ask, the reviewers asked extremely pertinent questions on many aspects of these products, but they then accepted either a lower standard or only inadequate and token answers at the time that the vaccine received its conditional marketing authority in December 2020. The LLMPs, the lipid nanoparticles, they are also synthetic. They're difficult to make and prone to agglomeration or clumping, especially if they're stressed with the freeze-thaw cycle. Agitation, you shake them up a bit, for 5 minutes they fall apart, or changes in buffer and pH. It was a real concern for the manufacturers to make a formulation that was stable. The metabolism and toxicity of these particles are really poorly understood. Importantly, they were assessed as novel excipients, which means they were assumed to have no pharmacology in and of themselves, only to be used to bring the mRNA to the cells. And as a result of the novel excipients, they only required limited studies for toxicity, biodistribution, and genital reproductive toxicity. Furthermore, accuracy and fidelity of the transcription to the spike protein remains to be completely verified. We call them pro-vaccines because, as you've heard earlier, they are not the active substance. They actually engender the active substance is the spike protein, which elicits the antibody production for the therapeutic effect. The full sequence and rationale for each of the elements, as done right there, of this modified mRNA should be provided to the regulators in addition to the characterization, the peptide sequence of the spike protein produced by the mRNA. The central question for the pharmacology of these things, the central pharmacology of these of these things were asked of the FDA in June 2022, and the answer by the FDA head, Pfizer's head was, we don't really understand how these mRNA vaccines work. And besides, it is an academic question and not really important. The messaging was poor. Remember, we were all told mRNA goes away after a few days, and we now know that's not true. Stefan Bassel here showed that you have exosomes with the spike protein on the outside of these little bubbles that hang around for 4 months. And further data about mRNA that lasts for a long time. We know about the wide distribution of the LNPs, so that distribution was not assessed. The regulatory standards have been lowered and circumvented. We all heard safe and effective, safe and effective. But the efficacy standard that was used was a may be effective standard, as opposed to the standard you usually use for drug therapies. And it gets worse because then we use an extrapolation standard for children vaccines, for the boosters, and for the bivalents. This is important because Moderna actually stated in a meeting with the FDA that their bivalents make heterotrimers, which that is, they are 4 different novel proteins made, or 2 are novel and not seen in nature, because you have 2 mRNAs that are delivered in one LNP, so you make 4 of them, and none of this was asked for. More importantly, Florian Kramer, a noted vaccinology, actually made that point in December 2021, and it was not brought up to the regulators. In the end, the EMA has a website, 80 pages of data of changes to the vaccine since it came out. They're either manufacturing changes, steps. You can see here the VP from Pfizer says, COVID vaccines, we flew the airplane while we were still building it. Thank you very much.
So, hello to everybody, and thank you for your kind invitation. I thank warmly our wonderful Member of Parliament here who organized many nice things. I will continue in French just to please Justin Trudeau, because he doesn't like the words of the French minorities. So, voilà. Bonjour Justin. Voilà. Donc je vais parler d'un sujet qui est moins médical, mais qui est la répression médicale et sociale qui a eu lieu avec cette crise en France, mais ça a eu lieu partout. Donc c'était une épidémie réelle, mais une fausse stratégie, comme vous l'avez vu. Le virus s'est répandu dans le monde. Mais la mortalité est restée très faible. Ça ne marche pas. Oh, but I speak in English, okay. So, as you saw, the epidemic spread globally, but mortality remained very low, and it was mainly an epidemic of cases, but false positive cases due to PCR used the wrong way. In people in good health. And the excess mortality was only for very old people, and many were dying from other causes, and were registered in hospitals as died from COVID-19. And the variants of the virus were less and less virulent. So it was, the pandemic was mainly mediatic, political and financial. It was a pandemic of fear, and it was amazing since the beginning because it was predominating in rich countries. And since the beginning, early treatments have proven their efficacy. Even before Didier Raoult, who made with his team a wonderful job in Marseille, in China, there were some physicians who showed the efficacy of hydroxychloroquine. I remember Dr. Feng, who published a randomized study at that time, but in France, in Europe, in the United States, all the journalists or the experts said there is not a single randomized study. It was thought, but they didn't know how to read, I think. And so most of the deaths could have been avoided, and a vaccine was not needed because of the low mortality and the existence of effective, cheap treatments. But if they had recognized in a country that a treatment was working, they couldn't market their pseudo-vaccines afterwards because if it is a new vaccine, still in experimental phase, you cannot market it, have even a transitory authorization if there is a treatment effective. And also these vaccine mandates were illegal because it was an experimental phase, and you know perfectly that this mandate is against all the national laws, international treaties, the Convention of Oviedo, the Code of Nuremberg. So it's like a crime against humanity. Also, what there was the real pandemic, I think, what the simultaneous cancelling of all the governments by a handful of private counseling companies. From the French Senate, an official report said that Emmanuel Macron is very kind because he gave more than 1 billion euros to McKinsey and 2 or 3 others counseling companies. And what was very surprising, not surprising, but I think it's very important to note, outsider countries, most of them in so-called developing countries, but in fact much more developed, at least in their mind, didn't follow the rules of WHO and performed better. So sometimes, not sometimes, very frequently, people say that I'm a dangerous conspirationist and that I'm a charlatan, but just to say that I think I was legitimate to speak out, because during 15 years in France, I was the chair of many official committees, making public reports, recommendations to the French authorities, and the last was the High Council for Public Health. So I could work with different governments for the management of epidemics, health crisis, and vaccine policy. I was chairman of several working groups of the Drug Agency, chairman of the College of the French Professors of Infectious Diseases. I was during several years chairman of the official French advisory group on vaccination, and I was at the World Health Organization during several years the vice president of the ETAGE group. ETAGE, it's the European Technical Advisory Group for the expert on immunization in the great Europe of WHO, which is much larger than the European Union, because it includes Russia, Central European countries, Turkey, Israel. It's a great Europe. So I worked during 15 years in this. What we observe in France, and I think in other countries, it's the demolition of liberal medicine and public hospitals. And it started, it started more than 20 years ago. But what was very shocking, it continues and it increased during the COVID-19 crisis. At the beginning of the crisis, our Minister of Health said, I promise I will double the number of beds of intensive care. And in fact, they closed 1,000 of beds during this crisis. And I think that the scarcity of physicians is planned because they diminished much too far the number of students in medicine, and now in France it's very difficult to find a GP, some specialist, but the government has solution. We have very intelligent ministers now. We can export if you want. They created no, come back, please. Okay. They now, some nurses make a complementary short study. They can practice medicine. Now, a new law passed in last December authorizes pharmacists to practice medicine. And it's a little bit dangerous because the pharmacist is the same guy who sells the drug and who prescribes it. And also now we have in Paris and in different cities in the supermarkets automatic consultation machines like photomaton cabins, and that's the current medicine is terrible. So I told you they suppressed thousands of beds, and during the first wave to show on the TV that there was so-called saturation of the hospitals. It was an example in Strasbourg. They showed helicopters exporting patients in Germany and rapid trains going to Bordeaux under the cameras, while some private hospitals were not authorized to take care of the patients. While they were organized to do it, there were empty intensive care units with the best doctors, the best machines, but they were not authorized, just to threaten the population. And also in France, there was a dismissal of thousands of non-vaccinated healthcare workers. No?
Excuse me, I think the time is up.
Time is up, okay.
Yeah, thank you. We have to speed up.
Okay, I speak up, okay. So the medical practice is at orders and based on bad quality, non-evidence science, and there are several fraudulent publications, and there is no more freedom. I go rapidly. There was a suppression of many physicians. Some were suspended. Their license was withdrawn. I was myself attacked. Fortunately, I could win against the order of physician. So that's the disciplinary chamber of the Greater Paris Regional Council of Physicians. They said, in view of my national and international expertise, I had not only the right to speak out, to give a dissident view, but had the obligation to do so. So I think I will finish rapidly. Okay, because... Oh, yes, just a few words. Well, okay. No, but it disappeared. Okay.
6 o'clock.
Okay. Okay, I finished.
Sorry, I am going to speak French. I have 5 minutes. Je vous remercie de cette invitation et du thème que vous m'avez imposé, à savoir de vous parler de la liberté médicale. Je vous propose de parler de la liberté, d'une liberté fondamentale qui est le consentement libre et éclairé. Je suis pharmacien, mais aussi juriste en droit de la santé. Et donc, de ce cœur de législateur européen, je vais rappeler rapidement quelques règles de droit et ensuite de vous rappeler le constat qui a été fait par les autorités sanitaires et politiques en France et de comparer ce constat avec les décisions, les conclusions et la communication qui a été faite en France. Et ainsi, chacun pourra tirer ses propres conclusions. Le consentement libre et éclairé est le lien, est le pont qui unit l'information des personnes humaines à la sauvegarde de la dignité de la personne humaine. Sans cette information claire, loyale, appropriée et pérenne, vous ne pouvez pas garantir un consentement libre et éclairé et par conséquent, vous ne pouvez pas, vous pouvez porter atteinte à la dignité de la personne humaine. Ce consentement libre et éclairé repose sur le principe d'inviolabilité, d'indisponibilité, d'intégrité du corps humain, y compris après la mort. Je vous rappelle que le principe, c'est l'inviolabilité du corps humain et que l'intervention médicale n'est que l'exception sous certaines conditions. C'est un retour d'expérience que je vous propose, un retour d'expérience français, mais vous pouvez transposer ce raisonnement dans vos propres pays d'origine. Je pense que nous avons tous vécu la même chose. Le corpus juridique français est irrigué par l'esprit du Code de Nuremberg en matière de protection du consentement. Le corpus juridique français ne se limite pas uniquement au droit national. Il est irrigué et la France doit appliquer le droit européen et les conventions internationales. Je vous rappelle, les parlementaires ici européens peuvent le confirmer, il y a les principes de primauté du droit européen et le principe d'effet direct du droit européen. Je vous citerai notamment 2 textes, la Convention d'Oviedo et la Charte des droits fondamentaux de l'Union européenne, qui sont protecteurs du consentement. L'obligation d'information pèse notamment sur les professionnels de santé, à savoir le médecin et le pharmacien. Ces professionnels doivent communiquer des informations qui portent sur plusieurs informations qui vont de la composition à la pharmacovigilance. Cette information doit toujours présenter le risque en perspective du bénéfice attendu. Les incertitudes, l'utilité, elle doit être objective et non trompeuse. Et surtout pour les risques, nous avons l'obligation d'informer les patients, les personnes, sur les risques fréquents ou les risques graves, même exceptionnels. Tout ce que vous pouvez retrouver après dans les diapositives émane de sources officielles, sont publiées par les autorités sanitaires. Donc il n'y a rien de nouveau, tout est publié déjà. Mais elle est publiée sur des sites que le public ne sait pas consulter. Donc l'information n'est pas accessible au public. Et il appartient aux professionnels de santé de la rendre accessible. C'est la première fois, depuis que je suis en pharmacie, que je vois qu'une autorisation de mise sur le marché est délivrée à un médicament, alors même que la composition même du vaccin n'est pas complètement caractérisée. Et c'est dommage que je ne puisse pas développer plus longuement sur ce sujet-là. L'essai clinique n'a pas apporté la preuve d'une efficacité ni sur les formes graves, je dis bien ni sur les formes graves, ni sur la transmission virale. Et à partir du moment où le vaccin n'empêche pas la transmission virale, toute obligation vaccinale est impossible juridiquement. Donc, comme je n'ai pas le quart d'heure qui m'a été imparti au départ, je suis obligé de passer rapidement. Et je vais directement. Donc là, c'est ce genre de campagne d'information que nous avons eu, à savoir des affiches publicitaires. Donc vous avez un exemple de campagne d'information que nous avons eu en France. Je vous rappelle aussi que vous pouvez trouver tout ce que j'ai à vous dire dans le rapport que j'ai remis au Sénat en France. J'avais été auditionné par le Sénat et vous avez un rapport qui a été publié. Donc il y a déjà eu une enquête au Sénat en France qui a mis en évidence, et ça sera ma conclusion, le Sénat, suite à l'enquête qu'il a menée en France, a conclu à un manque de transparence, de vérité et de probité de la part des autorités sanitaires et politiques. Que le consentement des personnes est potentiellement vicié et donc on aurait porté atteinte à la dignité de la personne humaine. Et tout cela n'aura pas été possible, on n'aurait pas vécu tout ce qu'on a vécu si les médecins et les pharmaciens avaient mis en œuvre leur indépendance professionnelle qui est garantie par la loi. Et pour ma part, ce sont les premiers responsables parce que l'indépendance professionnelle, elle est accordée aux professionnels de santé pour la protection du public. Et pour avoir alerté, et je terminerai là-dessus, pour avoir alerté, j'ai été révoqué de l'hôpital où je travaille depuis plus de 20 ans. Donc c'est très récent, depuis le mois de février. Et ça soulève la question de la protection effective des lanceurs d'alerte. Les textes existent. L'Europe a voté des textes, notamment la directive de 2019 sur la protection des lanceurs d'alerte. Mais sur le terrain, l'applicabilité de cette directive n'est pas toujours effective. Voilà, je vous remercie.
I didn't understand.
He said no. The slides will come up without your picture.
Good evening. My name is Renate Holz-Eisen. Good evening. My name is Renate Holz-Eisen. I'm an Italian lawyer and also member of the board of Children's Health Defence Europe. I have only a short time to introduce you in the brutal violation of European Union medicinal legislation done by EMA and the EU Commission. We have the urgent need for revocation of the market authorization of the mRNA so-called COVID-19 vaccines because of the evident lack of a vaccine efficacy, of the enormous risk for health and life, and now even a five-year renewable standard authorization. We are facing a gross violation of a lot of European Union law principles and even the Union nations' declaration of the human genome and human rights by circumventing high testing standards provided for gene-based medicinal products. Because in 2009, the European Commission simply excluded with the following sentence the vaccines, medicinal products also only formally defined as vaccines against infectious diseases from the application of the law which the European legislator has foreseen for gene therapy products. The sentence is the following. Gene therapy medicinal products shall not include vaccines against infectious diseases. And therefore, mRNA vaccines are treated by EMA and the European Commission as conventional vaccines, although the mRNA vaccines have nothing in common with conventional vaccines. This exclusion was only done to save the manufacturers from numerous time-consuming and financially expensive preclinical studies. And therefore, we are now in an incalculable, dramatic consequence for the public health, because as we heard, there are no genotoxicity studies, no carcinogenicity studies, and no mutagenicity studies. That means studies on the modification of DNA. Although reverse transcription of RNA and DNA is a mechanism that has been known for decades, since 1970s. Nothing new, nothing that can simply be ruled out. And as we know, certain lipids, nanoparticles used in these substances have never been approved for use in the human body. The European legislator has foreseen that for all medicinal products, even if they are formally not defined as gene therapy products, but if they have in fact the mechanism and the function like this, for their approval has to be involved the Committee for Advanced Products. For the mRNA vaccines, this committee was not involved. We see a lot of another gross violation of European Union law. For example, notwithstanding the omission of the most fundamental studies, the initially only conditional marketing authorization of these mRNA vaccines has been now converted in a 5-year valid non-conditional authorization. And although the producers didn't fulfill the conditions imposed in the marketing authorization because they didn't complete the ongoing clinical studies and they didn't begin the necessary new studies to confirm the positive risk-benefit balance. And why? Because they simply cancelled the placebo group, giving them the so-called vaccination. Therefore, never has been clinically, the efficacy and the safety have never been clinically tested and confirmed. We see that the European Union population was handed over by the European Commission and the EMA to a mass experiment as guinea pigs for experimental substances based on genetic engineering. And this is a brutal violation of the European Union regulation on clinical trials on medicinal products for human use, because obviously medicinal treatment may only be carried out with the free informed consent of the persons concerned. But the European Union population was and is kept in the dark about the real nature of the substances injected, the disastrous risk-benefits balance, the missing of essential study data, and the lack of adequate pharmacovigilance. And therefore, all consent forms signed since December the 27th, 2020 by the vaccinees are void and null. So because, and I could tell you a lot of another brutal violation of this of the European Union medicinal law, we presented actions for annulment. We filed in the European Court actions for annulment against the authorization of Pfizer, of Comirnaty of Pfizer BioNTech and Spikevax of Moderna. If you are interested in the documents of the legal procedure, go on the website of Children's Health Defence Europe. And also as an economist, I would suggest that we take the arguments you can find in these actions for annulment pending, also for filing criminal complaints with the European Public Prosecutor and with all the courts of auditors in all over the European Union, because it is absolutely unacceptable that we European Union taxpayers have even to pay for substances which are harming and killing us. Thank you.
And turn off your mic. Turn your mic off. Hello. My name is Dr. Meryl Nass, and I and Dr. Kat Lindley will be talking about the new WHO documents. You've heard from my last two colleagues that the rulers of many countries and many other apparatchiks have been wantonly breaking the law over the last 3 years. They have had no concern about obeying the law, and they want to protect themselves. Let's see. Oops. Okay. We're undergoing a soft coup, and the idea is to create a whole new set of laws and ignore the existing human rights laws and other laws under the pretext of pandemic preparedness and the biosecurity agenda. 70 countries at least are involved with this, 50 supported by the US, and the justification requires you to believe that pandemics are common and that they're caused by humans catching diseases from animals, from what they call spillover. And Fauci and Daszak have pushed this idea continuously over the last 3 years. Two examples. This is one Tony Fauci said in the journal Cell. In a human-dominated world in which our human activities represent aggressive, damaging, and unbalanced interactions with nature, we will increasingly provoke new disease emergences. Daszak and Fauci's two lieutenants said the same thing. We must realize in our crowded world, human behaviors, environmental changes, and inadequate public health mechanisms can turn obscure animal viruses into existential human threats. And who is going along with this? Basically, all the major multinational organizations, as well as all our health authorities. The WHO is developing through all its nations, but with the WHO Directorate in the United States in charge, a pandemic treaty and amendments to the existing international health regulations that will remove the human rights protections currently embedded in the IHRs, will enforce surveillance, censorship, get rid of freedom of speech, require governments to censor and only push a single narrative. Also, we will be subject, if they can make this work, to vaccines developed in 100 days, which the organization CEPI is planning to do. And one of the people who founded CEPI was Jeremy Farrar, who is now the chief scientist at the WHO to bring this forward. Other things that the amendments do is to bind the states so they're no longer recommendations but enforceable edicts, provide a liability shield, get rid of intellectual property rights, move supplies from one country to another, enforce digital passports, and the Director General of WHO can demand that a pandemic or a potential pandemic exists. He can just declare it with no standards, and then countries around the world will have to obey. Also, the WHO will tell you what drugs you can and can't use in your nation once a pandemic is declared. Obviously, the budget will increase. One Health is another part of this. One Health is a concept that was created to enable the WHO, with these documents, to take over jurisdiction of everything in the world by saying that climate change, animals, plants, water systems, ecosystems are all central to health. Also embedded in this concept is a peculiar notion that humans are no longer of greater value than animals. And I've got the quote there from the Lancet in January. Nope. Yeah, no, I had one more. Oh, okay. He has left. This is not my latest version of the slide deck. It's okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Kat Lindley. I'm Croatian-born and American-trained family physician. I'm going to cover the treaty. So in December of 21, in a consensus decision that was titled World Together, the World Health Assembly established an intergovernmental negotiating body to draft and negotiate a treaty with the aim to strengthen pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response. The zero draft, called WHO CA+ was released on February 1st, 2023. Even though the World Health Organization failed miserably in preventing the spread of COVID-19, the CA+ draft, as is, would dramatically expand the authority to declare a pandemic and thereby trigger provisions in the treaty that would reallocate resources and encourage governments to waive intellectual property rights. The treaty aims to expand an international bureaucracy for health emergency with an additional budget that is estimated by the World Bank to be 3 times the current budget of the WHO. The nation members shall raise financial resources to implement the treaty and commit not less than 5% of their national health budget to be devoted to health emergencies. This treaty also calls on the parties to tackle false, misleading misinformation or disinformation, thus forming its own version of Ministry of Truth. Important concept that Dr. Meryl Nass covered was One Health approach under Article 18, and I urge everyone to actually read this article. The language sounds very benign, but is potentially catastrophic. By their definition, local health concern deemed a public health threat can be controlled at global level, giving WHO the right to intervene anywhere at any time. One Health, therefore, includes not only human health, but also the health of animals, agricultural plants, and environment. If passed, WHO would have control over every aspect of existence on Earth. The WHO would not necessarily prioritize human health, but rather would balance human health with animal and plant health, as well as environmental health, such as climate change. The bottom line is the previously encouraged recommendation by WHO now would become mandatory obligations to be followed by all member states. Also, WHO will be able to, on basis of perceived emergency, implement travel restrictions via digital passport, border closure, mandate certain lockdowns like masking, vaccination, approved diagnostic tools and treatments, all in the name of pandemic preparedness under One Health, One World. How do we stop this? If CA+ fails to achieve 2/3 majority or after adoption fails to secure at least 30 ratifications, it will not pass. We need to pass national and state legislation to block the treaty and the amendments to the IHR. We also need to maintain our national sovereignty and human rights as we know them, and we must exit the WHO. Thank you.
My name is Robert Malone. I have the opportunity to try to summarize this amazing conference in a very short period of time. I would like to specifically thank, on behalf of the organizers of this third International COVID Summit, which I anticipate may be followed by many more, based on today's success. I wish to thank Mr. Sinčić, Madame Donato, Monsieur Kolokarsik, Madame Anderson, Madame Karian, who's not here, and Christian Terhes for their sponsorship and willingness to take risk in enabling this. In enabling this opportunity to speak in such a esteemed facility and important parliament here in Europe, really one could argue the leading parliament for the world right now, thanks to the courage of these bold and brave dissidents who have been willing to stand up for truth and justice in the face of enormous pressure. This is very short notice to try to summarize all this in the span of about 5 or 10 minutes, so forgive me. Christian and Ivan started off by welcoming but noting the gravity and seriousness and the inability to enter the building previously during the outbreak, and that 4 MEPs have basically given rise to this growing momentum here in the European Parliament of willingness to recognize the truths that have occurred despite all of the propaganda, censorship, defamation, and other malicious activities that have been deployed on them and so many others across the world, so many other leaders that have been willing to speak truth. The 2 members that initially spoke emphasized that we should allow science to say what it will, and that this pandemic of the COVID narrative has finally collapsed. And with this conference, they had hoped, and I think we have succeeded in demonstrating the failures of that approved narrative and what the truth has been revealed over the last 3 years, thanks to these many researchers and all of those that work with them to provide this information for us. It's become clear that, as David Martin very generously demonstrated, having the frustrating situation of having warned the European Parliament about the risks of allowing the licensure or the patenting of genetic organisms and the proceeding of gain-of-function research. He had anticipated many years ago and warned the Parliament about the risks that might incur if we allowed these policies, and then documented extensively how humanity has been hijacked, morality has been hijacked, science has been hijacked, nature has been hijacked, all in the service of a universal vaccine template with 100% protection. And he called that this must be reversed, that we must have in the future 100% product liability for those that wish to impose these or other new technologies on the populations of the European Union and the world. Nick Hudson from Panda, who I have known personally, has worked very, very hard with his group, always willing to challenge the dominant narrative, shared with us that we really have had a false narrative dominating world discussion and press for these last 3 years, that being that these were deadly viruses, that there was no immunity, pre-existing immunity, that this was a novel virus, that everyone was susceptible to this, that we had asymptomatic transmission, that the lockdown saved lives, that the mask mandates reduced transmission. Every one of these things was a lie. And yet it was repeatedly propagandized and distributed throughout the world in a harmonized fashion that I think has left all of us in awe. If nothing else, we must give credit to those who have deployed this propaganda. I think it is one of the most amazing demonstrations of modern psyops and propaganda, as was well demonstrated during the various presentations. Isidoro demonstrated that this is not really a novel disease. It's an old disease, and emphasized that you can't find the cause of death if you do not do autopsies. You can't save COVID patients with paracetamol and watchful waiting, and that spike, this is a lesson that was repeatedly emphasized throughout the conference. Spike is a toxin. This is something that I was roundly attacked for saying over 2 years ago, and I'm very reassured to see that this is now universally accepted, at least within our community. Giovanni Moldatori demonstrated and spoke about the evolution of coronavirus, which demonstrates a pattern of disease attenuation, as many had predicted, that what we have seen during this outbreak is absolutely the selection of vaccine-resistant mutants, but fortunately, although we have seen the rise in infectivity, and with the latest Arcturus variant, it seems to be ocular infectivity in particular, we've in parallel seen, as has been the case with virus outbreaks throughout history, we've seen the increasing attenuation of the virus and its reduction in pathogenicity now to the point where we really just have something akin to a normal circulating respiratory virus, the likes of which we have seen throughout all of our lives as physicians and as general members of the patient population. Dr. Stromazzi emphasized the importance of early responses in Italy, and most importantly, that it was known in June of 2020 that COVID was a treatable disease, despite the various efforts from throughout the world, in particular the Italian authorities, to suppress that information and to encourage the narrative that this was a novel disease that was highly pathogenic, that required sophisticated novel treatments. Dr. Stromazzi gave us a great lesson in the ability of a well-trained physician to obtain and derive and demonstrate the ability to treat a respiratory virus with existing agents. This is a theme that has been echoed throughout this conference and throughout the world, starting with the original International COVID Summit, which pioneered bringing together physicians from all over the world to demonstrate in particular and discuss and share with each other best practices in early treatment. And I think that this whole series, I just want to give a shout out to the two organizers that always wish to remain anonymous, Lily and Rob, who are not medical professionals. They are brave, committed individuals who felt the call to duty and stood up at a time when everyone else was afraid and said, we are going to get these conferences started and run and operated. They have had repeated obstacles throughout the history of the International COVID Summit and overcome every single one. I can't tell you how many times we thought this conference was going to come to naught, and yet here we are, I think, with one of the most successful ICS conferences to date. Moving on, Louis Fouché gave us a great essay and presentation on the effects of mandates, early treatment, media, particularly focusing on masks, that there's no utility for masks for coronavirus. I know it will shock most of you. As early as March 2020, the evidence existed that masks could cause harm, that the ECDC evidence for mask use is not existent or weak, that masks do not work in schools in the European Union, that those data are quite clear, that the lockdowns in the European Union increase the speed of transmission by 50% relative to Sweden. That's shocking to me. Lockdowns must be avoided, and mask use in children absolutely must be avoided going forward for these types of respiratory diseases. I think that's something we can all get behind. Philippe Bourquois, forgive me if I'm mispronouncing, gave us this. We were deprived of the opportunity that many of us looked forward to for Dieter Raudt to share his time and insight. I remember personally how badly Dr. Raudt was defamed, slandered, harassed, delegitimized by the press, and yet he persisted. One of the greatest virology scientist and immunologist in France, who unfortunately has been forced into retirement, built an amazing institute, the IHU, and we did benefit from Philippe Bourquois sharing with us the experience of the IHU in the use of hydroxychloroquine, and in particular, his courage in speaking about the limitations of really evidence-based medicine and randomized clinical trials in the face of an outbreak. Their willingness to make the same decision I had made, and I think in retrospect many of us will agree was the wisest position, to focus on drug repurposing, not development of new vaccines and not seeking novel drugs. And the Institute led the world in this and had great success, and also demonstrated that the vaccines have had no effect on the pandemic, unfortunately. But I think we all owe the Institute and Dr. Rault thank you for their courage and fortitude in the face of all the obstacles and all of the derision that they've encountered, for their guidance and leadership in pioneering the various treatments that were revolving around hydroxychloroquine and azithromycin in particular. Pierre Corey, my American colleague, stepped in then and spoke at length about ivermectin and gave us just a classic series of demonstrations about how the whole enterprise of the pharmaceutical industry and the academic publishing industry has been compromised through this in a way that we can now clearly see in the way they've mismanaged repurposed drugs and ivermectin in particular. And I certainly resonate with that. I have many examples with him of how the likes of the FDA have suppressed ivermectin very adequately. I saw what was going on during Active 6, and I resigned. Jason Christoff gave us, I think, one of the most important speeches here from my perspective going forward. As we think about going forward, Jason gave us clear demonstrations of how the media and information warfare technology has been weaponized and deployed against us. And he concludes that crimes were committed and psychology and psychological technology was weaponized against the public, and this must never happen again. This is one of the things that I feel most strongly about, is somehow we need legislation that makes it clear that deploying fifth-generation warfare technology, PSYOPs, PSYWAR technology on civilian populations is absolutely not acceptable. And the bizarre thing is that it's justified on the base that it's necessary to do this to preserve democracy. I argue the contrary is what's true, that this makes the concept of democracy obsolete. The idea of personal autonomy, of the ability of an individual to have personal sovereignty is completely negated in a world in which governments feel that it's acceptable to deploy modern PSYOPs technology on their own populations. It means that everything that we hold dear in terms of speech and democracy and representation and the devolution of power down to the lowest level that it should be delegated to, which was a core principle upon which the European Union was founded, has been negated over the last 3 years. And we have seen that clearly. It's the theme that runs all the way through this meeting. I have about 2 minutes. Harvey Risch gave us great examples about the problems with the manipulation of data on the efficacy of vaccines. Byron Bridle, who I think has just been a hero all the way through this. Byram, I mean, I don't think there's a better case study that I'm aware of how somebody has spoken truth, acted with integrity and dignity, and just been harassed mercilessly by his academic institution and his government. But Byram has stood his ground. I think he's developed some nervous tics over the last 3 years, but I think he's just been an amazing hero in what he's done in revealing the Japanese Common Technical Document and so many other things. Francesco Donata gave us a summary from the morning about the importance of truth, democracy, and freedom, which has been important to all of us since the beginning. I think those were excellent summary comments. And Mislan Kokolovic, forgive me, made the clear, unequivocal statement that physicians should define pandemics, not the World Health Organization. I think that's another thing we can all concur with. Christine Anderson followed that the COVID committee reports are repeating, the COVID committee reports that have come out of this institution are repeating every single lie that we have encountered all the way through this as accepted wisdom. That report is really not valid. It is clearly biased. I could go on and on about the excellent presentations from Giuseppe Trito, Natalie Prego, Giovanni, Emmanuel Darles, Alejandro Diaz giving us the perspective from Mako, Kirk Milhound, my good friend, making it abundantly clear about the pathology associated with the jabs and the unnecessary deployment of the vaccines in pediatric populations and the excess mortality and morbidity that's associated with that. And Rosanna Cifari spoke about the fetal effects that spike activates microglia in the brain, the CNS, the consequences of this. Arne Burkhardt spoke about damage to heart and lungs from 75 autopsies. So we now have clear autopsy data, excellent presentations from our pathologists, including my friend Ryan Cole, about the effects on cancer. We had Vincent Pavon speaking about all-cause mortality in France, the all-cause mortality statistics of Theo Shooters showing the correlation between the deployment of the vaccines and the waves of excess all-cause mortality in the elderly are perhaps the most clear and explicit demonstration of really a challenge-re-challenge study that I've ever seen. There should be no more doubt about the relationship. All of this noise about causation or correlation does not prove causation. We've seen data from Theo and from Jessica and so many others that refute this thesis. And as she kindly points out, without screaming it to the roof, that the criteria, the Bradford Hill criteria, have been abundantly met here in demonstrating that this is a valid correlation. I could go on and on about the legal consequences and breaches that have occurred throughout the European Union and the world, Children's Health Defense, and many others. Many other attorneys, both in the United States, in Australia, and throughout the European Union, Switzerland, are finally reaching the point where they're holding officials and hopefully pharmaceutical companies accountable. And I think that we will all be able to synergize as this discovery process moves forward. So in sum, then we had, looking forward, frankly, from Meryl and Kat, my good friends, this alert. And I hope that looking forward, that's the thing that you take home, is these new regulations, these IHR modifications that are trying to be slipped under the rug so that we don't pay attention to them. And unfortunately, they've been promoted by the government that I'm a citizen of. And I can tell you that in my country, there is great consternation and disagreement about pushing these from this administration and our Health and Human Services through the World Health Organization, and I concur that the risk is substantial for basically a surreptitious power grab by a group that is not elected, is not representative, and has shown, for instance, in the monkeypox outbreak, as well as with this outbreak, to not be responsible custodians of World Health and human health. I thank you for your time. I hope this was helpful. And now we've got to get out of here before we get thrown out. So.
May I have, no, it's not working. Okay, just a moment. All is the, oh, it's working now? Oh, yeah, it is. So we would like to ask all of the presenters to join us right here so we can take a picture.